Sorry about that. I had my mic muted. Welcome to the madness. Let me just repeat everything I just said. Was just trying that out. It was a little intro, something temporary for now. Um, Guessing it was heard. Guess it had to be since it was playing at fucking full volume in my ear. But yeah, stream I wasn't planning on doing tonight. At least I think I was. I don't remember. But the producer produced and reminded me. He was like, "Hey, you watch the debate tonight? You want to do a show on it?" And I'm like, "Fuck, I forgot all about that." So he reminded me, "Thank you, producer." And with no fucking, it wasn't heard. Are you kidding me? Please stand by. Fucking hell, man. Doesn't make any sense. My channel. My channel. Go to my channel. Go to me. I can hear myself. Oh wow. Didn't fucking hear it. Hmm. That's odd. Quite the. Let's fucking try that shit again, motherfucker. Quite the. Fucking try that shit again, motherfucker. Quite the. Since we got a little time. What am I hearing in the background here? Say it again. Screen 2. Volume's up. Screen 2. I see you back there. I'm working on something right quick. I see you back there. I'm working on something right quick. Well, that's odd. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Everybody, welcome to producer, my co-host.
What's up, y'all? That's what I was just typing. Damn it!
I don't know why there's no sound with that. I can hear it through my headphones.
Yep, can't hear it here. That's for sure.
Oh wait,
You might need to get an engineer.
it's there. Oh, because it wants to be shared as a tab. I'm not put this shit into a fucking tab. I'd have to put it in my studio and fucking put it through YouTube. And okay, duly noted. Whatever. What's up, man? Hadn't seen you in about fucking 300 years. Shit. I'm trying to do this show here. Fucking, I don't need to have all these guest hosts, but I do have a community that has outreached and said, "Hey, if you ever need us, fuck producing, come in and fucking do the job for him."
I know. Freaking Miss Chun's after my job.
Act like you've been fucking busy and shit. Good morning, sick. Where's let me catch up with y'all in the comments and we get all the stuff going that should be getting going. Um, I don't know. I haven't reached out to her yet. It's quite possible.
I'm looking.
Oh.
Yep, he's not on right now. He might be starting at 9 now.
But and then we're going to be competing against a good internet friend of mine, Mr. JS Urban Adventures. But he's told me, oh, Don't worry about when anybody else is streaming. So we're gonna do one tonight. I really don't want to go against them, but I know people will
There's
be over
Rome.
there, be over here. We kind of got a mixed audience or of the same. I can't hear you. Yeah, no, I couldn't hear me either. There you go. It was not heard. Let's just get to the main ones. Hello, William. Yeah. Cheers, jackass. Hello, Matthew. Welcome to the madness. Little says hey to you, everybody. Hey, y'alls. Hey to Tink. Thank you for putting up with this nonsense. BBB. Hello. What is up, Twinsy? And before we get really into things, Rom, what's up, man? Thanks for joining us. So we're going to try to do this live stream tonight with the first presidential or vice president debate. Whoever I am at work and can't cheers yet. Oh,
what's up,
pesky jobs. Oh, that is Rome. Hello, Rome. And of course, all the shouts out to you. Here she is. As I call the room arrive.
What's up, Lobo?
Another shout out to you. Lobo. Room. Sure, the brother's calling for her. Hey, that's racist.
You let them know this might be a big failure too, though, because you don't know if they're gonna be able to stream it. Well, Fox and everybody's gonna be playing it, so you'll be able to find it somewhere.
I've got it on standby here, underneath Fox News's moniker. It's doing something weird though. Tell me if you hear this. Oh well, it's only coming through my headphone now, but it's playing a tone like, you know, like when TV used to go off at night.
Yeah.
And they play that tone that it's doing that, but it's showing. Let me just show you. Let me show you what it's showing.
Oh, it's not. It's blocking you from sharing.
It's doing that. It's showing that, and you hit the sound. It's doing that.
Oh.
So,
okay. Well,
I don't know. They're just doing that for the meantime because this is on Fox's.
Probably for the meantime.
I wonder if CBS is doing that. If not, we'll find another feed. Yeah. They don't want people to comment on the truth and all their bullshit because, you know, we're getting here. We're just getting another gang up on a Republican candidate. It's going to be another 3 versus 1. Once again, both moderators are from CBS. And of course, we have Waltz over there. So we're just doing this all over again. And I'm personally fucking sick of it. Where's the fairness? Where's the balance? Where's the frickin' balance? Oh, they just played an ad. Maybe they're getting ready to do something.
I don't know. I'm on CBS News on YouTube, and it's playing this.
I'd much rather play it through Fox. Thank you, Rome, for shouting out to Lobo and his second channel, the music channel.
Right.
Come on with these chefs. ¿Cómo está mi amigo todo? Whatever the hell you just said. Oh, Mr. Mooseman, where's the beef? It's, well, right now it's in the refrigerator. I haven't eaten it there. So
me either. I'm going to be cooking here in a little bit.
Oh, of course you are. I'll make you eat before you came in here. Oh, that's right, because you'd be a slay.
Yep.
So
I've only done 2 shots. So now I went to the Fox one on YouTube, and it's just spinning.
I might try to find another feed. Shit.
Go to the CBS.
Let's try this.
C-SPAN.
Oh boy, I'm scared to try to play CBS's stream, but I'll go over. I'll tell you what, I'll open in a new tab. We'll keep Fox over here. I'll just what did you do? Show me life. Upcoming. Bring it back up. Still playing that. All right. Let's open it on another page and bring up CBS's. Yeah, he's live right now. All right.
Yep. It's the tone on Fox. For me too. That's because they're not going to play anything from CBS until it's debate time.
I'd hope so. I'd really rather watch it with the Jesus.
Yeah.
Fox coverage. I don't give CBS no fucking props for this. This is gonna be a obviously biased and one-sided debate. I'm dying to know what kind of questions are really going to be asked of Walt. They're going to ask him about, his state burning to the ground over the Black Lives Matter movement and all that stuff. I'm guaranteed they're going to ask Vance or put some pressure on him about, weren't you a non-supporter of Trump? Is this it starting right now? Are they walking out to the podium? It says there's a minute left. All right,
8:58.
Well, let me see what. Let me double check with Fox. Yeah, they're still showing nothing. CBS is showing them walking to the podium now, so we'll just bring that one up for the moment. I don't remember. I don't know which one it is. Oh shit! Oh, there it is. I guess it's that one. Yeah. All right. Let's get some sound in there.
JD Vance doing the same as our colleagues.
They're getting ready.
That's right.
Oh, they're still doing nothing.
Well,
okay.
we have the vice presidential debate coming up in a moment. It will be moderated by our.
Now, if the stream gets shut down,
Margaret Brennan.
Ohio Senator immediately
JD Vance,
restart it.
Governor
So
Tim
look
Walz
out for
take
that.
the stage. Well, they've taken the stage.
I don't know if CBS
so
is going to
stick
be
with us
some
here.
buttheads
Join
or
us
not.
also.
And why didn't I just mute that? Going on there at Fox. Still nothing at Fox. It's the countdown. It's the final countdown. And love it. The internet is ahead of cable. Well, we are on satellite, so I guess that makes sense. We'll probably know everyone. Yes, thanks for sharing out those. What else we got going on there? Libs channel. So Fox News, I sometimes see that. Rumpout. I have clone Rome for all my life. And I can't stand Tampon Tim. I don't think any of us can tell you the fucking truth. I thought I'd get in here early. Oh, now they're playing it. Is it unadulterated? Oh, yeah, it is. So we're going to stop that screen and I'm going to bring up Fox's, which would be this one, I guess. Yeah. Fox News, everybody. It's no secret. Click, like, subscribe. What the hell ever.
All credit goes to Fox News and CBS.
I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS and other networks.
Two liberal women debating this. That should be great.
And our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator JD Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
All right. What we got here?
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thought.
Explore the rivers of Europe with Tout. Connect more deeply.
Ads. Jesus.
It's going to be like
that.
Really?
Directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute
ads.
to
We
make
might
further
go switch
points,
back over to
with an additional
CBS.
1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to
things that they're not going to do
by each other.
CBS News reserves the right
And
to
berate
mute
the
the
hell out of
candidates'
the candidate
microphones
we
to
don't
maintain
like.
decorum. We have not shared the questions
Fair
or
and balanced,
topics with
my
the
ass.
campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started.
Governor, Senator.
Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora.
There's a war going on. Let's move on.
Earlier today,
I
Iran
mean, really.
launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight.
What a meaningless question.
Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 14 prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with
Vance,
our
he's like, what the
Israeli
hell is he
partners
talking
and our
about?
coalition able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need.
Trump's age has nothing to do with this.
But
Answer
it's
the
not
question.
just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump
Gotta go
that
to
understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them,
are you going to answer the question?
To the Donald Trump said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance.
Do you support a preemptive strike from Israel?
Is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is
You
up. Senator
didn't
Vance,
answer
the
the
same
question.
Would you support or oppose a preemptive
they're not
strike
gonna bring it
by
up
Israel
either.
on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life.
His answer is
I
Trump
went
bad.
to college
Exactly.
on the GI
That's
Bill
all
after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get
at least
better
addressed the
leadership
question.
in the White
Let's
House,
see
if
if
we
he
get
answers
Donald
it.
Trump back in the White House,
I want to
the
answer the
American
question.
dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has
sounds like a yes to
over
me.
$100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's
billions on the tarmac in the middle of the night.
Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace.
Glad we don't have a drinking game going on every time he says Donald Trump.
Of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles
I wouldn't be able to floor fast enough
near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump
have it on like IV or something and just boom, hit a button.
Our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattering or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you.
Facts.
Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people
and Biden
are
and Harris
dead,
haven't
and
addressed it yet.
More are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Oh, first you got to prove it's real.
Let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them.
This is his first time hearing about it.
And aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. And Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water.
Weather changes.
We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed
Been
some
doing
of
it
our
since the
Democratic
beginning
friends
of time.
talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions. This idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas,
China,
more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there.
It's your first time hearing about it.
Contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together to solve the governors and the emergency responders on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax, and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented.
People getting
and
jobs back that got lost during COVID is not creating jobs.
Manufacturing plant in North America sets in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look,
oil, bitch.
Corn, I harvest soybean, I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have.
No, we're not. Can y'all cut all that off?
So the solution is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current.
We already were.
Makes sense. And then we start.
And then y'all showed up.
How do we mitigate these disasters?
Holy fuck.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're making the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil, but the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer.
What?
And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protected by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign,
things from an act
and I'll let
of
you do whatever
God?
you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret? Thank you, Nora.
We're
going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters.
Maybe later.
Senator
This
Vance,
shit gets boring.
your
I might open up
campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
No, they're going back with their kids.
Before we talk
Kids
about
going back with them.
deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a
Shouldn't be here
historic
either.
immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of the specific
allegations? Of course, you see his mouth open.
That the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children.
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris is the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we have
Vice President in control of all that
bill on
Jesus Christ.
immigration that this nation sees.
They just
It
forget
was
that she was
crafted
in
by
charge of the border.
conservative
They
senator from
just
Oklahoma,
really going to
James
ignore all
Lankford. I know
that.
him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this. Just
keep
what
sending
America
it to
wants.
Ukraine.
As soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue.
No,
It gives him
because y'all
what
had
would
all
Donald
that
Trump
fluff
talk about
in
if
it.
we actually did some of these things, and they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this, and he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay
You
for
did
it.
more in 4
Less than
years
2%
than
of that wall
Kamala
got
has
built,
did in
and
4
Mexico didn't
months.
pay a dime. But here we are again,
That's a
9
backward
years after
statement.
he came down that
Let's
escalator,
say that the other way. Kamala did more damage
dehumanizing
in 4 months
people
than Trump
and
did in
telling him
4
what he
years.
was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance
He's
said,
talking like Trump's been in fucking power this whole time.
that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, he already answered
I
your
didn't
question.
accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border.
Facts.
This problem is leading to massive problems in the
Borders
United
are,
States of
ladies and
America.
gentlemen.
Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling?
Governor,
which
same
does
question.
show that a majority
Oh.
of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations.
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary.
Let's talk
but
about
the issue
polls
on
that
this
nobody
is, this
cares
is what
about.
happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor,
Lobo,
your
I don't
time
know
is
what
up.
those
Senator, I'll
numbers
give you
are.
1 minute, but let me just
You
ask you the
just
question
just
first.
give me a bunch of numbers.
The
What are
governor
those?
has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross
1
majority
minute.
of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern
We're supposed to
border
get like
more
2
than our
minutes
border
for
czar
each.
Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help.
Let's just be blunt.
Oh, you.
What the
Don't
fuck?
buy Microsoft.
Why does it keep
Don't buy
pulling
Amazon.
ads?
Don't buy
And fucking, all
Skip.
right.
Skip.
Oh my god! I don't know what the hell is that all about.
Springfield,
Go to
and he's very
CBS feed.
worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools.
You know what? Let's go to the other feed because I don't know why it keeps playing ads like that. Let's try this and see what happens if they fucking want to play ads and crap.
Worried about in
I don't know who
Springfield,
speed
Ohio,
this is
are the
anymore. I guess
American
it's CBS.
citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it was law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped draft it.
You mean
They're the
law
ones that
enforcement?
supported
Y'all
it.
keep
It was-
screaming to
that's because they know
defund.
we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants
okay,
for
Lobo.
everything. On housing, we
share
could talk
that
a little
with
bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to
Oh,
what
rush
we
them
know.
through. You don't want
American
to stop and
principles.
make sure
I
that
don't
they
talk about
actually are
obey the
looking for
law,
asylum.
but Matthew 25.
Oh, just bring them in.
talks
Oh,
about
asylum. Oh,
to
you
the
got it.
least amongst us,
Yeah.
you do.
How many of those Somalians are adhering to
We want
or
order to it.
better yet,
This bill does it.
assimilating to
It's
U.S.
funded.
customs?
It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other
in
people.
your state, Mr.
Thank you,
Walls.
Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected
Well,
status.
Margaret,
Nora?
but
Why
Thank
would
Senator,
you
we have
bring
so
that
much
up?
to get to.
Margaret,
Thank
I
you.
think it's
All right.
Wow, you see that
We're gonna
snarky
move out of the
shit?
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the
You can't
rules
just
were
bring
that
that up.
if we're gonna
We're
fact check,
unrelated
and since
shit.
you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an
Yeah,
application
you ain't
called the
fact-check
CBP
what
One app,
the fuck
where you can
walked
go
over
on
there.
as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of
Get the
a
fuck outta
Kamala
here,
Harris
man.
open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal
and
process.
Kamala-
We
and
have
Kamala
so much
Harris
to
Thank
open
you
get
for
to, Senator.
describing legal
You know, we
so
got
much-
so
book
much
since
more
1990.
shit to bullshit.
Thank you, gentlemen.
This is
We
from having
wanna
two
have-
women.
app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris-
Oh, look, they turned his mic off.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora?
Thank
We're
you,
going to
Margaret.
throw a gotcha
The
at him and
economy
just
is
move
a
on.
top
Don't give him a
concern
chance to
for
respond.
voters. Each of your
Nice, you
campaigns
fucking
has
catty
released an economic
bitches.
plan. So let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton
Cheers
School says your proposals
to,
will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion.
That's getting my.
How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in
Oh,
that. We
fuck
understand. So
off.
those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more
Who's
than just
paying
an
for
asset
this?
to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis. Prices went down on rent 4%. It's working.
How are you
And
going to
then
pay for
making
it?
sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota. Reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000.
How are you going to pay for
Now,
that?
this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump
Answer
made a
the
promise, and I'll give you
question.
this. He kept it. He took folks from Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm gonna give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a
Somebody fact
20%
check that.
consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just
Lead
ask
to
the
a
wealthiest to
recession.
pay their fair
Right,
share.
yeah.
When you do that, Our system works best.
Oh, is that your
More
plan?
people are participating
Tax
in
the
it, and
shit
folks have
out
the
of the
things
rich.
that they
Tax
need.
the shit out of the people that
Senator, I
work
want to
hard
give you a
for
moment to
their damn
respond on that. But
fortune.
similarly, the Wharton
seems
School has done an
fair.
analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by 5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%.
Ding.
Drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%.
Ding,
Open
ding.
the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris
Ding,
has
ding,
such
ding,
great
ding, ding, ding,
plans
ding.
for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago.
Get
the
'em.
fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans.
Yeah.
Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay
Definitely
for
was
American
making more
workers.
money.
Now,
under
Tim
Trump.
admirably
Definitely was.
admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse for our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one, whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this.
Oh, the experts that said mask
can't be
work?
trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years?
Lie.
That's what's wrong with the
my
system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy.
Going back and forth
more.
now, right?
Why?
If you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were.
Get that shit out of your mouth.
On this, I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that. Look,
you support it.
We produce soybeans and
You're
corn.
Democrat.
We need to have
God damn
fair
it. You have no
trading
problem
partners.
with it.
That's something that we
You didn't
believe
speak
in.
up against it.
I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that.
And we watched China get their act together.
People undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
Fact check.
So appreciate that. So if you notice what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you, Margaret.
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many
What
topics.
the fuck
But
are you
right now,
talking
I want to
about?
talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before.
Neither one of them are
making
qualified.
consequential
Let's move on.
decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership
Neither's
qualities.
camel toe.
Governor
Fucking
Walz.
hell. None of y'all
You
qualified.
said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989.
Somebody fact
But
check
Minnesota
that.
Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy? You have 2
Yeah,
minutes.
well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural
I'm not
Nebraska,
good with
Talking about
words.
Asia.
400 town that you rode your bike with
We're
your
talking about
friends till the
Asia.
street lights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms,
Tiananmen
and
Square.
then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take
Sounds like
dancers,
sex trafficking.
and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community.
Answer the
I've
question.
tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years.
Answer the
And in
question.
Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done,
Oh my
working on
God.
veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota
Blah, blah.
were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that
Answer
I
the
get this
question.
right. I will say more than anything. Many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips. with
No,
us.
no,
I
Donald Trump has
guarantee you
nothing
he
to do with
wouldn't
this
be,
question.
praising Xi Jinping about COVID.
Holy
And I guarantee you he
shit.
wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's
Praising
about trying
Xi
to
Jinping.
do the best you
He
can for your
fucking
community.
blamed
And
it
then
on
putting
him.
yourself out there and letting your folks
Not him,
understand
but
what it is.
He came
My
from
commitment,
China.
whether it be
Yeah,
through
not once did
teaching,
I
which
hear
I
him
was good
praise
at,
Xi
or
Jinping.
whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress.
They still
those are the
answering the
things that I
fucking
think are the
question, dude.
values that people care about.
Jesus Christ. You did not
Governor,
answer
just
the
to
fucking
follow up
question.
on that, the question was,
Re-ask him
can
the
you
question.
explain the
No, just-
discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I
Oh, so
I
you
will just say
lied.
Spoke.
that's what
I'm
I
not
said.
good with words.
So
So
you
I was in-
lied.
Hong Kong and China
Mhm.
during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
That wasn't part of the
Thank you,
question,
Governor.
jackass.
Senator Vance, in
Thank you,
2016,
Tank.
you
What
called
the
your
fuck
running
is he
mate Donald
talking
Trump
about?
unfit for the nation's
There it
highest
is. I was
office,
waiting on
and
this
you
one.
said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've said,
I
you've
was
been asked
waiting
many
on this
times,
one.
and you've said you
Let's
regret
do
those
advanced
comments
test.
and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's
The looks on
economic
their
record
face
while
are
he
just,
was
like,
president,
so different.
writing
He's
to
like,
someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly
fucking
failed
Walls
to
is like,
deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been
Because he'll
open.
be
And
vice
sometimes, of
president
course, I've disagreed
in
with
a
the
power
president, but I've
position.
also been extremely
he'll
open
agree.
about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be
Look, he's
dishonest
answering the question.
fabrications of his record. But most importantly,
Amazing.
Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration, the first round, if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're not probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden.
Horrible
but the
idea,
one
Matthew.
thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration. It's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look,
I don't know. Let's
issue
see.
is
Let's
what's
go
on
check that bill.
everyone's
Is that
mind.
what you support?
Donald Trump
Let
put
me
this
go
all
check
into
that.
motion. He brags about how great it was
Democrats
that
were
he
all
put the
about that
judges
shit.
in and overturned Roe versus Wade. 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the
Let's
state.
not
It's
answer
a
the
beautiful
question.
thing.
How about that?
Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in
No, he answered the
Texas
question.
waiting for their child.
At the
at
beginning, he
18
just simple
weeks.
by saying,
She has a
"Oh, that's not what the bill
complication,
says."
a tear in the membrane.
Yeah.
She needs to
I'm
go.
guessing he
Question
agrees
was,
with
do
the
you
bill.
agree with
Care
it?
at that point needs to be
In a
decided by the doctor.
Indirect.
And that would have been an
fucking
abortion.
no
But in
sort of
Texas,
say.
that would have put them in legal jeopardy.
Yeah,
She
man, he's
went
going
home,
through the
got
states.
sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children.
Well, let me bring up
Or
one.
in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry
There
of
we
pregnancies.
go.
Yeah.
It's going to make it more
Shit.
difficult, if not impossible,
Something they said
to
it
get
not
contraception
gonna fucking
and
do.
limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are
Well,
being
you just
proposed.
told it to the
And
world.
the catch-all on this is,
You-
well, the states will decide. What's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
That don't like criminal decisions.
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options.
CBSNews.com. Like, I'm gonna trust y'all.
One of them is actually very dear to me, and I know she's watching tonight. And I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that
fucking
on the
Democrats want the population fucking decreased and shrunk. So yeah, they want you to be able to kill the babies.
California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman.
Oh, God, answer the question.
A restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade.
I don't know what happened.
You listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you.
You didn't answer the question.
He mentioned, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. No, we're not. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. women having miscarriages, women not getting the care.
You can't define what a woman
physicians
is.
feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true.
Probably because they're
We
not
also
fuckable
make it
in
we're a
Minnesota.
top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and
I know,
Kamala Harris is
JD.
making
What
the
the fuck
case
is he talking
to
about?
make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try to get health care.
Senator.
Let me respond to that. First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
like you read your bill.
pro-choice or pro-abortion. That is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions.
No, stop talking about
and the
women.
physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
Please tell me, what was that wrong
about? That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business. On this, things work best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration
That's an
of Roe,
opinion.
that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So that's
not the issue he brought up, dude.
Other things,
he's talking about killing the babies after they're born.
Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
We got a brief commercial.
What a crock. Right, a cigarette. I was fucking. I don't know what that was.
I don't know.
Wait. Shit. How do I get back to that? How did I lose that tab?
On our places,
White
shiny
The tab's gone. The bitch, I'm trying. The tab is gone. Fuck.
The quickest.
Oh, there we go.
God damn.
Fucking hell.
I need to teach you how to work this shit.
No, I went to fucking do something else.
It's good because I wouldn't know how to teach you anyway, so.
Good for the cigarette. Then I lost that.
Switch microphones. Go smoke a cigarette.
Shit.
Switch to your phone so you can keep up with chat. Give me some buttons so I can do them. Oh, you don't know how to give buttons yet, do you?
I may have.
And I don't know how to use them anyway, so it would be a slow process.
Oh boy, I'm seeing two different things here. I'm about to refresh something here.
Rome. We'll be right back with Mad Libs, where every answer is Donald Trump.
Take a couple hits off of this shit.
Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. So, side note, I watched a couple of Eminem videos of dissing Diddy diss tracks.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever like Puff Daddy.
Not that I still listen to Eminem, but you know.
I still don't listen to that fucker, man. He's showing his true colors, man. I don't fucking care anymore. God damn it. I don't care for his music anymore either.
Well, that's why he had this whole thing about bringing Shady back, because they got videos of him doing him and, you know, Marshall Mathers and Shady, or Eminem and Shady. And he's like, yeah. Shady's like, yeah, anything you come out with since you got rid of me sucks.
The question is, can he bring Shady back? I don't know.
He did.
Apparently he's got a new song out that I listened to about half of it. It's just like, maybe you're trying to come back. Maybe this is desperation. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. I lost all respect for him any fucking way. It's another one of these childish fucking millionaires that thinks anybody gives a fuck about what they think about politics. They don't care.
Nope. And all you do is push your fucking people away. Michael Jordan said it best. Republicans buy shoes too.
All right. Ooh, is that Usher? Usher, you probably gonna be in jail with P. Diddy soon.
That was John Legend.
Or was he a victim? I know they're gonna get Meek Mill. I don't know if Lobo fucking went back and I don't know what happened. I think
Meek Mill was a victim, man. You heard that on the video. Or the audio.
He sure started distancing himself from all that shit.
Welcome back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic. The leading cause of death for children and teens in America is by firearms.
No, it's
Senator
not.
Vance,
it's car accidents.
You oppose most gun
Wrong.
legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time...
I don't even want to hear it. I want to address this question. When do we hear about the white supreme pizzas and how everything is racist? That's a good one. That's a good one. There is a white supreme pizza. When is it going to be brought up?
In some cases, the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases, the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent
CDC
hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially
car
dangerous.
Accidents.
So look, I want to just sort of speak
CBS
as a father of three beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now
talk like a father.
And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride.
Let's send them to school with guns.
Day of school, and we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this
not an
terrible
epidemic.
Stuff, and we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it?
We'll just stop all the criminals.
Here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen of the gun violence in this country is committed illegally.
AS has 9 watching.
While we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels.
Ding, 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 ding. How are you going to stop
those? The amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago.
Hey, Brogan.
But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence.
Research.
And this idea that we should just live with it. And here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation.
How much
I
research?
100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish
taking
schools.
guns away from
They don't
law-abiding
have
Americans.
this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There
ban
are reasonable
fucking
things
rights
that we can do
protected underneath the
to make a
Second
difference.
Amendment. Oh, okay.
It's
Gotcha.
not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the
Wrong.
idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense.
Shall not
Kamala
be
Harris,
infringed.
as an
Why
attorney
doesn't it make
general,
sense?
worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to
Attorney
scaremonger
general.
and say we're taking your guns, but
They
I
should put
ask
more
all
black
of you
people in
out
jail
there,
for low-level crimes.
do you
than
want your
anybody.
schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that
Yeah.
where we have to go? When we
Yeah,
know
if it'll stop it.
there's countries
Yes.
around the world that their children aren't
Fucking yes.
practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that
Called
difficult. You can still keep your
evolution.
firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight,
What's up, Broken
it breaks your
Patriot?
heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I
I
hope that he's
appreciate
doing
you saying
okay.
so.
Christ have mercy. It is awful, and I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay. First of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines.
It's
but it's the
criminals.
terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the
Stop
streets. I
defunding
think there's a
them.
whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our
Stop
schools, we've
giving them
got
a
to
slap
talk
on
about
the
more
wrist.
security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an
You
assault
should
weapons
point
ban,
out
but
that
only
the
later
last
in your
few
political career
mass
did you
shooters
change
and
your position.
attempts on
Why?
Trump's
Yeah, I
life
sat in that
were
office with those
Democrats.
Sandy Hook parents. I've become
guns.
friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today.
Fact check.
And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of
Fact check.
children
Yeah,
getting
'cause
guns
it
and
sucks
shooting
in
themselves.
Minnesota.
And so
I live
we
there. I know.
have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that. But I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns.
No, the
and there are
guns
things
don't
that you can do about
operate
it.
on
But I
their
do think that
own,
this is one,
jackass.
and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that
My
work,
gun is sitting
protect Second
right
Amendment,
here.
protect our children. That's our
Not
priority.
doing a damn
Gentlemen, thank you.
thing. And I
Margaret?
know I'm
Thank you,
mentally
Nora.
disturbed.
Let's turn now to the top contributor
It's not
to
doing a
inflation,
damn
the high
thing.
cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States,
hilarious.
and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris
Did you
campaign
figure that
promises a
out all on your own,
$25,000
crazy bitch?
down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes.
Yeah, where's this
Where are
money
you
coming
building
from?
these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was.
Don't
and
care.
when I think
Irrelevant.
of a house,
Irrelevant.
I'm
Irrelevant.
thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass,
Oh my God.
where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is
How you paying for
pushing
it?
forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level.
But y'all
but
get mad
local
when
folks make
Trump
it easier
cut
to build
red
those
tape.
homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell
To
all
help
of you
the
out there,
people.
one of the,
Interesting.
certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is
What do you know about
you
being
don't
a
have to pay
veteran?
the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back and you're going to pay your mortgage.
Are
Those
they?
are things that we know in the long run, the
Not the
appreciated
illegals,
value,
though, right?
the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state
Fact check.
program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school.
Well, how they going to
All
go to
of those
work when
things
you
in the
letting
long run
BLM burn
end up
the
saving
fucking
our money.
businesses down,
And that's the thing that I
jackass?
think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the
It's
matter
a factor.
is that we don't have
big
enough
one.
naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this
Pass the
country,
bill.
which
Thank you for
does
reiterating
drive
that.
up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have
she
facts.
is.
I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office.
False.
But it's again blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask though on this question: are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land.
God.
Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example.
When?
So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this. And I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20%
there's a lot
of
of
the world's fresh water.
reservations.
These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But
Senator,
Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of
keep
this
selling land to
problem?
China?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. We increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
Like China.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. That in some cases, many of those are local.
Let everybody
many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Conversation just won't go away.
We're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think it's Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress. You're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually actually president. And again, he has a record to be proud of. Prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill, but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think it's an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important, I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley.
You were there in the
3M,
room.
Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris,
I don't even think
more
that's
people are
right
covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA.
And we loved it.
He signed on to a lawsuit
Obamacare was
to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept. Because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time.
Great.
What they're saying is, if you're
back when
healthy,
healthcare was affordable,
why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They're they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it.
That wasn't the question.
And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then
So
what
you
happens
think the
is
individual mandate's a good idea?
you shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there.
They
And
know.
when we are able to make it, and we are making
Some
it
of us
this way,
choose not to
when we
be.
incentivize people to be
You
in
know,
the
back in the
market,
glory days
when we
before
help
Obamacare,
people
where I
who
could just
might
go to
not
the
be able to
hospital and
afford it
just,
get there, and we
hey,
make sure then
for
when you get
women,
sick and old, it's there for you. Because I
not
hear
being
people say,
punished for
well,
not having
I
the
don't want to
shit
buy into
mandated
Medicare or
by the
whatever. Good luck
Democrat
buying health care once you
administration of
get past
Obama.
70.
Fuck out of here,
So
man.
look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you, Margaret.
Can I
That's it.
I apologize. We're out of
Go ahead,
time. We have a
Laura.
number of subjects to discuss.
Oh, we got
Margaret,
plenty of
let's talk
time.
about
Y'all got a bunch
families
of
in
bullshit
America.
subjects. Oh, just
Um,
like this one, you're probably going to
There
say.
is a child care crisis
There
in this
is not a
country,
childcare
and
crisis.
the United
No,
States
if
is
there's
one
a
of the
crisis,
very
there's a
few
crisis with too many
developed
fucking people
countries
having kids that
in
ain't
the
got no
world
business fucking having
without a
kids.
national
That's the
paid
fucking
leave program
crisis, all
for
right?
new
If
parents.
you can afford
Governor
childcare,
Walz
don't have
said
kids.
that if Democrats
Shit.
win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah,
6 months.
well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a
Maybe a
big
year.
company.
I don't
We're
know.
home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune
Yeah,
500
keep your damn
companies.
lips closed.
Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is
You're a
that gets the
government
child off
employee,
to a better start.
jackass.
The
You
family
don't work
works
at
better.
McDonald's.
They stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your
This is some
child
shit
gets
you
sick.
can only really
We know what
regulate
happens.
through
You end up staying home. In some places, that means
government
no paycheck
jobs.
because you've got
To
no
be quite
protection on
honest.
that.
A
This
private
is the
business,
case of an
they should be
economy
able to
that
set
Donald
whatever,
Trump has set
whatever
for the
mark they
wealthiest
want, and
amongst
that's
us.
in the
He's
contract.
willing to give
When
those
you put in that
tax
application and
breaks
say, "Hey,
to
this
the
is our
wealthiest.
maternity
He's willing to
leave
say,
works."
bust
So you
those
think about
unions
having a
up, do
kid
whatever.
while you're here.
What we're saying
This
is the
is
economy
what
works
we
best
offer.
when it works for all
You
of
make
us.
your
And so a
decision there.
paid
Don't
family
come back
medical leave
bitching
program, and
about
I will
the
tell you,
shit
go
afterwards.
to the families or go to the businesses and ask them.
Well, it's
As far
just
as
me.
childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this.
God,
A
he
federal
keeps
program of paid
fucking
family
on
medical
about
leave and help
Minnesota,
with this
dude. We've seen
will
what
enhance
happened
our
in
workforce,
Minnesota.
enhance our families, and make it
We
easier to
know
have
what
the
goes on
children
in
that you want.
Minnesota.
Governor, your time
Riots
is up.
and looting
Senator,
and
do
burning
you
over
support a national
fucking
paid
criminal.
leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats too have worked on this issue, and I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother.
I don't care about your personal life. Answer the fucking question.
Very brilliant corporate litigator, and I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach.
It's not possible, though. You can
if you
choose
look
to
at
have
the
a kid and
federal
choose
programs
not
that
to
we
have a
have
fucking
that
kid.
support paid family leave right
Even all
now,
that
the
accidental
Community
shit,
Development
there's
Block
fucking
Grant, and
methods to
there's
stop
another
that
block
shit from
grant
happening.
program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies.
Parenting.
We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare, because look, it is unacceptable. And, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think
having
we
a
could do
community
heck of a lot better.
fucking style
Senator,
thing
thank you.
of child care.
You
Yeah,
have
you used to
also
be able to
said,
do that back
Senator
in the day.
Vance, many
Can't do that
things
shit
about
now.
the American family.
I don't know
The
which way
Federal
these fucking
Reserve
neighbors
says
swing and what
parents
their
will
nut
spend
job
nearly as
isms
much
are.
on childcare
Yeah,
as
this
they
shit
do on
back then.
housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America. But penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the childcare shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortages, we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families because the reason
that dock worker strike, man. I don't know exactly what's going on. I know it's the typical kind of shit that goes on with jobs like that, unions and crap.
Thank you, Senator.
We want more
Governor
money.
Walz, your ticket
But they're kind of
also
mad
has some
too at
childcare
the
tax
illegals
credit
coming in there
proposals.
getting their jobs.
Do you think
That's
Congress
the
will
effect.
agree to the $6,000
Just keeps trickling
credit for
down with all these
newborns and
damn immigrants coming
$3,000
in,
credit
but
for
you know
children
they're doing
under
nothing
the
but
age of
hurting the
6,
country,
as your campaign
hurting
has
themselves.
promised? Is that realistic?
I mean, it's just like,
Well, if these
here we
members of
go
Congress are
again. I
listening,
want more money.
I can tell you, and
Like,
this
look,
is the biggest issue. Everybody
maybe
listening tonight
regulation
knows. I mean, I'm
and
sure
that
was
shit.
shocked to hear it's not
What?
that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's 5,000 or 6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy
democracy.
and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud.
They're bringing in
The
more
governors of every
automated
state in the nation, Republicans
movers
and
around the yard
Democrats,
and shit.
certified the 2020 election results
We
and
don't need
sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th.
2020.
Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last
Here we
presidential election
go.
and would have asked the states to submit alternative
Here
electors.
comes a bunch of
That has been
fucking
called
irrelevant shit.
unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Oh, it sounds like
Laura,
that's
first of
y'all's
all, I think that
plan.
we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square,
it's nice
and
in
that's
some
all I
environments,
said,
but
and
you
that's
got
all that
blue-collar
Donald
jobs like
Trump has
that.
said. Remember,
They're not
he
highly
said that on
reliable.
January the 6th, the protesters
They're just
ought to
not.
protest peacefully.
I guess
And on
neither is
January the 20th, what
human
happened?
judgment
Joe Biden
at
became the
times, but
president.
I'd rather have a
Donald
human
Trump left the White House,
doing
and
that,
now, of
moving those
course,
containers around the
unfortunately,
yard
we have
than a damn
all of the
robot.
negative policies
That's
that have
gotta
come
take
from
its
the
time.
Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we
Lock
actually do have
in.
a threat to democracy in this country, but
And
unfortunately,
it's
it's
not
not the threat
checking
to
anything
democracy
else.
that
It's
Kamala
running off the
Harris
sensors
and
and shit.
Tim
And these
Walz want to
sensors
talk
go
about.
down. They're like,
It
well,
is the
that unit
threat of
down, all
censorship.
that shit.
It's Americans
I'd rather have a human
casting
element
aside
there.
lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big
Now,
technology
like French
companies
fries at
silencing their
McDonald's or
fellow
something.
citizens, and it's
I've
Kamala
seen
Harris
automated
saying
French
that
fries
rather
machines
than
at
debate and
McDonald's. This damn
persuade her
thing.
fellow
All
Americans,
they need is
she
somebody
loves
to
to censor
fill up
people
the
who
bin.
engage in
These
misinformation.
damn things
I
doop,
think
doop,
that
doop,
is a
doop
much
into the
bigger threat
grease,
to
doop, doop,
democracy than
out the
anything that
grease
we've
at a
seen in
certain
this
time,
country in the
shakes it and
last 4
takes it
years,
over
in
to
the
the
last
fucking
40
dumping bin
years.
and just keeps
Now,
it
I'm really
moving.
proud,
You know,
especially
fucking
given that I was
shit.
raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard,
Bobby.
lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused
I don't
to
want to hear it
acknowledge
from
this,
you.
and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day.
Oh!
The American flag. Several later died, and it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, "We're marching to the governor's residence, and there may be casualties." The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter.
Right now?
A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later.
You use that
in
word
the same
fair
boat.
election,
I will
sir.
tell you this.
That's an
that
opinion.
When this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Kind of problem.
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it.
Somebody else needs to
But we
start
have
his
to
car
remember
for him.
that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads.
And she's still
This has
saying
been
that
going on
shit.
for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Thank you.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook.
Oh,
ads.
dear God,
And,
get
and
the
I
fuck
think
off of
of
January 6th.
revisionist
That's
history
fucking
on this.
bullshit.
Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened.
Democrats.
Donald Trump can do it.
Democrats
and
and
all of
their
us say
rhetoric.
there's no place
That's how
for
we
this.
got
It
here.
has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone
You
tonight,
motherfuckers
and I'm
banned
gonna
Dr. Seuss.
thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that
Oh,
we have
there
not
it is.
seen.
There it is. Take
And
a
it
shot.
manifested itself
Dear
because
God.
of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is
Has she
a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm
So
happy to
does
talk
half
about
of
it further.
America.
But you guys
More than half
attack
of
us
America.
for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the
threatening or
power
hate
of
speech.
government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds.
I have an
That is a
opinion.
threat to democracy that will long
That's the
outlive
threat.
this present political moment. I would like Democrats
he
and
said it.
Republicans to
Take a
both
shot.
reject
Damn it, Vance said it.
censorship.
Take a
Let's
shot.
persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys want
That
to
incites
kick people
violence,
off of
jackass.
Facebook for saying that toddlers
That
shouldn't
incites
wear
The
masks.
governor does
That's
have the
not
floor.
fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to
Please.
respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run on Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about
Because he
is
showed his
where is the
colors.
firewall with Donald
No,
Trump?
Pence did what he did though.
Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand
It is.
up?
A
That's what
circus
we're
show.
asking
It
you, America.
really is.
Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do.
That's a
So
true
America,
statement.
I think you've got a really
That's a
clear
good
choice on this
statement
election
there, Ron.
of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to
100%
honor Donald Trump.
Governor,
Everything's
your
still
time
doing
is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
When the fuck is this shit gonna be over? God damn.
I thought it was only 90 minutes. Jesus Christ.
I don't know. I'll tell you what. Honest reaction so far. I'm hearing some fluff, some fucking bullshit from both of them, but I'm hearing more of it from Waltz. Fucking old boy, the Vance is at least answering questions and fucking bringing up, shit that has been proven. While Waltz, I know what I say. Waltz is still running over here off of the fucking typical talking points that the media continuously put out. Oh, that bullshit. Oh, that was an ad within an ad.
Yeah, Walls is just talking the same old bullshit. Vance is getting his little piece in there and answering the question. I mean, he's doing both. He's like making sure he answers the question.
Matthew, I guarantee across the fucking world, I'm pretty sure in Australia and shit too, like pretty fucking much, they're having watch parties of this shit right now.
Yeah,
just laughing. Oh, these stupid Americans, they're so silly. What the fuck? What is he talking about and all this shit? Whatever accent people be talking about. But yeah, they're having watch parties about this shit all over the fucking country, man. That shit is a joke. Yeah, this is a joke. The elections are a disaster. We need a system. We need a fucking guaranteed system. But you know, got each side too busy fighting with each other for what's better for the country. The only thing people want to fucking promote is their agendas and all their shit. Whatever keeps money in their pockets flowing illegally and crap. Whatever keeps them in office. Fucking, we need real fucking elections. Like, jeez. Ooh, I might want to see that. I don't know how biased they're going to be about that whole thing, though. I might want to watch something about that, a documentary about Palestine or East Palestine, Ohio. I don't trust CBS to do a fucking proper review on it. I don't know. Yeah, calling the stupid Americans while begging for our money.
Well, I have to say CBS is doing better than ABC did. That's for sure.
I'm telling you, they got that system over there in shit. I forget where. Over somewhere in the Middle East where they hold elections and you have to vote in person and your hand gets stamped with that stuff.
It's like Iraq. You gotta stick your thumb in the ink.
Yeah, it doesn't come off for a fucking couple days. Yeah, we need some shit like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Get rid of this mail-in ballot crap.
100%.
The people aren't begging for our money. The toxic elites all over the world are. That's the people. Them's the people. Well, this shit is just going to continue to go on and go on till I'm waiting on a meteorite or something, asteroid, whichever one's bigger. We just need a reset. Let's get to some Mad Max shit, and shit'll really work itself out. some Book of Eli shit or something. Let's get this shit fucking some kind of, I don't know, man. I'm really at a fucking loss for words, in a sense.
Some Waterworld type shit.
Too much water. I don't know. They did end up finding the land right in Waterworld. So it's like, you know, they were the only ones to find it, and they start their own self-governance. I'd like to see a sequel to Waterworld of how everything worked out on that dry land that they finally found. Shit. Cheers.
Wait,
This presidential debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last.
Virtual coin toss?
First, you have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here.
Nope, you said
and I'm as surprised as anybody
of
this coalition that Kamala Harris has built. From Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something, not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe
Oh
it.
my God.
His first inaugural address talked about American
Keep Trump's
carnage.
dick out
And then
your
he
mouth.
spent 4
God
years trying to
damn.
maybe do that.
Talk about what
Senator
you're going
Vance
to do
tonight
as vice
made
president,
it clear
man.
he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you,
A bad
be
one.
careful about the quotes, but there's one
A
that Senator
bad
Vance
one.
said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's
You mean the
bringing
fear of all
real
these
solutions
illegal
for the middle
criminals and
class,
cartels
and
and
she's centering
terrorists
you
and
at the
shit
heart
coming
of
over the
that.
southern border
All
under
the
her
while
Yeah,
asking
that's a little
everyone,
fearful.
join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz,
You didn't
thank
really
you.
say much of
Senator
shit
Vance,
there, but
your closing
okay,
statement.
Whatever.
Well, I want to thank Governor Waltz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy.
We'd
And
be
I remember
dead.
when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with Kamala because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this
You're going to get
election
criticized
cycle.
for it.
I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are
You're
just
both fucking
35
biased.
days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good.
All right, shut the fuck up. And they shake hands, and they're actually standing there talking to each other. Really?
Oh, and JD Vance punches Tim Walz in the face. Bam.
They're still talking to each other. The wives come up. They're introducing their wives to each other.
Oh, the scissoring.
Oh boy. Wow. I shouldn't have stopped so fast. They're
scissoring, aren't they?
Oh, damn it. They walked away now. Well, actually,
they're going to scissor later.
We can rewind that back. Yeah. I'll play the music, but
where's the volume?
I got it muted. There's no reason to have it on. There's no fucking reason to have it on. It's just music. Shit. Trying to slip on your verbal vomits. Yeah, they walked up, shook her hand.
Sorry, like so bad.
He's probably like, I can't believe I said if you vote for me or you. I was like, oh, shit, I forgot that we're not running. We're just guys. I don't know. Here come the wives. He's like, oh, CNN's gonna kill me for that. He's like, yeah, man. Hey, honey. Hey, you did great. You did great. You both suck. You suck, sir. Yeah, meet my wife. Oh, you suck, man. Hey, I don't care about you. Oh, I'm pretending like I care about you. But look, this is what we really got to do. Play it up for the camera, like we're doing something. Like, yeah, we're gonna get paid after this anyway. Either way, we'll have positions forever. All right, see you on the other side. All right. Let's do lunch. Fucking hell. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know what the point of watching that was. It's just a hype contest, sort of say, just to be used to hype up the man they need to win, so they can, get that Secret Service detail and their own little big mansion and accessibility to everything. President can pretty much access and It's all about a paycheck. So who y'all voting for? Y'all voting for JD Vance or Tim Walz? Trick question. You can't vote for either one of them. Fucking hell. Why do we have presidential debates? Aside of just being a fucking hype fest. They go into a Diddy party. Come on, man. Yeah, hosted by Diddy's son. Probably. Anything else I need to know before I go? What do you need to know? Yeah, this is a Hunger Games. Boy,
I need a representative to start doing some content. Tell your friends.
How would that work? How could we make that work? Maybe if we had a well, shit, that still wouldn't be honest and fair. Well, maybe you let the candidates go out to every state and pick their biggest two supporters that want to represent them in a Hunger Games style match. So you'll have 25 representing Republican, 25 representing Democrat, and throw them in the scenario. And whoever comes in, oh wait, we got to make it 52. So it's 26 and 26. Actually, that's not how math works. Yeah, it is how math works. Yeah, we have to make it 52. So you got to have even teams. 25 and 25 is not even if you're getting two representatives from each state. So it has to be 52. But yeah, so you have 26 people on each team. And just let them go at it. The team that wins, shit, that's president.
2 candidates from each state is 100.
We wouldn't see,
because we have 50 states. We don't have 25 states.
What the fuck did I say?
You said 25 and 26. We got 50 states
works.
And 2 per state.
2 from each state. Yeah, that would be 100, wouldn't it? All right, so it's 50-50.
God dang, dude.
Damn, that math sounds good. Shut up, I've been drinking.
So have I.
Been drinking and awake for fucking God knows how long.
Still don't know why I'm awake. Dude.
Man, I got so much shit to do tomorrow too. No, I can't do math. I don't do math because math is racist.
Yeah, math is hard.
Chris told me. Fucking hell, math is racist as shit. So I don't fuck with it. But I guess we could have a little fun right now. And
bringing people up.
I'm gonna open the StreamYard.
Yeah. I don't have much
plan on being too long. Yeah, I don't plan on being too damn long, but I'd like to hear some opinions. Why not? Let's hear from the people. Hear the people. Hear the people.
Fuckers kept me up late on Sunday, and I was late for work on Monday.
Nobody's fault but your own. You stayed on.
No bullshit. You guys provoked me to stay on and drink all the fucking tequila I had in that bottle.
You could have just said no.
I couldn't. You wouldn't let me.
Y'all wouldn't let me. Blame it on the black man. That's that typical fucking shit.
I'm blaming it on everybody.
I hear you, dog. Damn, Arkansas is live too. Everybody's fucking live right now. I wonder if she covered the debate. Oh, she's at a concert. Oh, okay. So she's over there rocking out wherever she is. I know JS is on. I wish I could merge our streams, but he's on Discord. I'm on StreamYard. So I don't even think that's going to happen. Oh, did I find that video? Oh, I did find that video. Yeah, let me do that right quick then. Rome sent me a video. Somebody she thought was for me. Oh, you'll see. I'm not even gonna give the context of this, but let's just say it involves a black man and law enforcement. And she sent me this clip. I'm like, is this you? Like, all right, what is this? And yeah, I couldn't do nothing but laugh. But this guy is an absolute fucking.
Cheers.
Can't explain how this guy. I'll just bring it up. I gotta find it first. I got a couple videos saved. We got some more P. Diddy memes coming soon. I think I'm gonna wait on that. This is from should be fine with this video. If not, I'll just go back and trim it out. But it's news. It's news. It's news investigations. So I think we'll be fine with this.
Leprechaun would win in Thunderdome.
Leprechaun?
Yeah, because he's got magic powers, right?
Oh, who would win, Leprechaun or Chucky? Ooh.
I think Leprechaun would. Chucky's just violent. Leprechaun's got like magic.
Yeah, Leprechaun's got magic. Welcome up.
All right. Well, here's the thing. Who would win? Chucky?
Is your microphone working?
Oh, God, don't tell me it's doing it again.
No, I mean, I hear you, but it sounds like you're not at the microphone.
Yeah, you're like in the background.
Okay, how about now?
That's a little bit better.
There you go.
Okay, well, Chucky or Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone?
Chucky.
I'm going to go with Macaulay Culkin. He took out two grown-ass men.
Yep.
Even though they kind of got him at the end, they were sloppy and let the sidewalk salt guy get them. I put my money on Macaulay.
So this office chair that my wife bought me, it's like $180. I did a video of me, little clips of me building the thing.
Privilege.
Oh my God, this thing is fucking nice.
Privilege.
Well, no, my old office chair, and I took a video showing it. I had a fucking ratchet strap holding that bitch together. My wife was like, "You got a ratchet strap holding your chair?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "I don't want to get a phone call from you while I'm at work because your chair broke, and now you got a piece of the chair shoved up your ass, and I got to take you to the hospital."
So here's $180 chair.
Actually, for a decent chair, $180 is cheap.
I got mine for free from what the office threw away.
So this guy, this title is he's not allowed to be a police officer. Why is he a Wayne County Sheriff's deputy? Interesting question.
Sheriff's deputies who work inside the Wayne County Jail have always had dangerous jobs.
And their decisions can mean the difference between life and death.
Just last year, one inmate was brutally murdered by his cellmate after a sheriff's deputy went missing from his assignment. He later resigned. Well, today, the sheriff's office is struggling with severe understaffing, with the jail currently 344 deputies short.
So
that's a lot of deputies to be short.
Then pay them fucking more. Jesus Christ.
So essentially, let's just hire anybody.
did the sheriff's office lower its standards when it hired one deputy with a troubling past?
Here's 7 investigator Ross Jones.
Some people are meant to be the police, but some people are meant to call the police. He's someone who's meant to call the police.
This is a story about a sheriff's deputy.
This guy don't look like me. I'm not that dark, am I?
Yeah.
Who's not allowed to be a police officer.
This man is not qualified to be in public safety at all, period.
Until his latest job,
You look more like a young Chris Rock right there.
The only time you're darker than me is in the wintertime.
But this is our guy here.
Jamonte Horton had been fired or forced to resign from every law enforcement department he's worked for.
Today, one of them.
He wears a badge from the Wayne County Sheriff's Office.
Been fired or forced to resign from every department he worked at. Police. But let me go over here to Wayne County. Let me go over here to Wayne County right quick.
Jamonte Horton was hired less than 2 years ago by the Sheriff's Office. He came there after being rejected by the Detroit Police Department and the Macomb County Sheriff's Office, and failing the background checks with Farmington Hills Police and Waterford Police. Horton's problems began early in his career. While only a cadet with Wayne State Police, he showed up to a party with a loaded gun. After a fight broke out, Horton was shot and returned fire.
I guess, to be fair, somebody shot at him.
To be fair.
But we don't know how this fight started. So he returned fire.
He resigned in 2015 for his role in the shooting.
Oh, he was a cop when it happened. I missed that part.
Oh.
All right, so that's a bit of
yeah. Puts a whole different spin on it, right?
That does put a whole different spin on that one right there. Ah, shit.
His next stop, Ypsilanti Police, where Horton was written up for missing shifts, found sleeping in his patrol vehicle, and caught playing a homemade pornographic video featuring himself.
A model officer, right?
Yeah.
Featuring himself and somebody, or just himself?
I mean, missing shifts. Okay, maybe something happened. Emergencies happen. You're sleeping in your goddamn vehicle. Okay, that you got to learn the ins and outs of your department and the city you're in, your municipality, your jurisdiction, to get away with some shit like that. Yeah, I've seen cops sleeping in their cars, but you know,
no, I know somebody. I know somebody on this chat that would sleep in their vehicle.
And caught playing homemade pornographic video.
Yeah, ignore me.
How did you get caught doing that?
Talking
to his
about
fellow
you.
officers.
What?
I said, I know somebody that used to sleep in their vehicles, and I'm talking about you.
Okay.
You used to sleep in your truck.
I used to sleep in my car also. What's your point?
Well, you're giving this guy hell for sleeping in his vehicle.
I was required by law to go to sleep. Federal law.
Not while you're sitting and waiting to get loaded in the morning.
I can still sleep there because I'm not doing anything. Okay. When you become a truck driver, let me know.
While on duty. He was also written up for putting those officers at risk, leaving a sergeant alone during a traffic stop and missing a knife during a search of a domestic violence suspect.
So he left a sergeant alone on a traffic stop. Oh, thank you. So I know you won't have my back when I need it. That's great. And you missed the fucking knife after on a search. That one I can't really hold him to. I've seen
where was the
searches.
knife?
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen a guy, I don't know if I got it in my repertoire, but there's this kid, he's like 19, I think, 18 or 19, whatever, was a passenger and just ended up with the cops and shit, and like, you know, they took him out, they did a pat down on him, but he kept being belligerent and shit. So they didn't catch it at first. And then fucking while they're scuffling on the ground, a small gun fell out. And he had it up his damn butt cheeks. That's why I tell you to spread your legs. I'm trying to figure out what was holding that gun in.
Well,
loaded or unloaded.
Either it was a small gun or he had some big ass booty cheeks.
I'm not sure if it was loaded or not. We'll have to go back and watch that video. The sexual assault investigation.
Horton failed to follow simple orders that led the case to be ignored for 2.5 months, leaving the suspect free on the streets.
Victims are the reason why police departments are in business, to help victims and to prevent people from being victims.
Ricardo Moore is a commissioner with the Detroit Police Department who rejected Horton's applications twice.
He shouldn't be trusted with the privilege of being a police officer.
No, he should not.
Facing termination from Ypsilanti, Horton resigned in 2019. His chief said he'd been given multiple opportunities to improve, but still wasn't capable of completing his core duties like coming to work and remaining awake.
We gave you a chance. We gave you a chance. But you still fucking didn't bother to goddamn take advantage of it.
His next stop, the Highland Park Police Department, where Horton's judgment was questioned early and often.
Who stabbed who? I ain't stabbed nobody, man.
In 2020, Horton responded to the scene of a stabbing at a club along Woodward Avenue. When it was time to handcuff a suspect, Horton was seen handing his department-issued AR-15 rifle to a strip club security guard, a violation of department policy.
That's a big fucking no. You do not hand your gun to somebody who is not post-certified or works for your department or is another certified police officer on a scene like this. I'll give it to the strip club security guard over here. Hey, hold this for me. I don't care if he is your friend. I don't care if he's your brother.
All right, why did he show up at a strip club with a AR?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to know the whole story behind that. Why he has his rifle out. Shit.
In a separate incident, while searching for a suspect, Horton did a U-turn across 2 lanes of traffic, striking another vehicle. According to Highland Park PD, he kept driving without checking on the driver he just hit. But the final straw came in 2022. While Horton was out on patrol, he heard over the radio that Detroit and Michigan State Police were engaged in a high-speed pursuit.
So they got it covered. Detroit Police and Michigan State got it covered. You work for another department. Highland, I guess he's still at Highland here. Oh, I'm going to go join the chase. No. Everything's covered. The city of Detroit's covered and the state's covered. We don't need no little fucking city cops coming in and interfering. But what does he do?
According to Highland Park's investigation, Horton was ordered not to get involved in the chase, but he did anyway. And when he did, according to investigators, Horton manually turned off his body cam during the pursuit.
That's
why did you turn the camera off?
When questioned by Internal Affairs, Horton said the camera malfunctioned.
I wasn't involved in the chase or anything.
But
you know that camera can see you bringing your hand up, turn it off, right, dude? You stupid motherfucker.
GPS data confirmed he was involved in the chase, and according to Internal Affairs, Horton made several false statements during the investigation. Highland Park called Horton's misconduct egregious, and as it prepared to fire him, he resigned in October 2022.
Dude should have been arrested.
3 weeks later.
We really do want you.
I really don't want to work for you. I don't like
this guy. Sounds like Barney Fife.
I don't know.
He just has to be a police officer. He has to be in charge because he was probably picked on and as a fucking kid. Like, I'm going to get a badge. I'm going to be big Barney badass.
What's the thing? Sheriffs get elected. So it's a free for all. Hell, I could run for sheriff. I don't have the campaign funds, but I could run for sheriff. I can put my name on the ticket. Shit.
On our team.
The Wayne County Sheriff's Office made Jamonte Horton a deputy. Since he resigned in Highland Park 2 years ago, Horton's law enforcement license was deactivated by the state, meaning he can't serve as a police officer until it's turned back on. But it turns out you don't need an active law enforcement license to work as a deputy inside a jail where Horton works today.
We want to hire individuals committed to serving our citizens with honor and integrity.
Would you say that honor and integrity are words that apply to that deputy?
I would say definitely not.
Glenn Anderson is a Wayne County commissioner.
It's very surprising that with a record like that we would have him working in the sheriff's department.
We wanted to ask Sheriff Washington why his office hired Horton after so many other departments took a pass, but he declined. So we caught up with him at a budget hearing earlier this month.
Yep. Did the sheriff's office lower its standards to
Answer
hire
yourself.
Jamonte Horton?
We never lower standards. Never.
How troubled are you that he was found to have been untruthful?
I'm troubled that happened. If that is indeed a fact, I don't know that to be a fact. Somebody's
You should know this.
About that part of it.
Well, you hired him, sir. Is that a concern?
Our agency hired him.
Washington told us he
No,
had
you have
nothing to
to-
do
you
with
have to
Horton's
oversee
hiring,
the hires.
but that's his signature on a document asking
look.
the state to reactivate
There's
his
his
law
signature.
enforcement license, allowing him to police the streets.
So you knew. You signed off on them. Or did you do it like fucking Democrats do and just like something comes across your desk and like, like Biden or some shit? Yeah, I'll sign it. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. It just basically says, okay, get the fuck out of here, dude. You're
Last
unfit to
week,
be
the
sheriff.
state said no, issuing an intent to deny the county's request, saying Horton did not meet the character fitness standard to be an officer.
He was hired by several agencies.
He was fired by several
was fired
agencies
by
or
several
forced to resign.
I don't know about our last.
He was fired or forced to resign from 3 different agencies.
I have no firsthand knowledge of that again.
You should. You should. The sheriffs I know and met and everything, they know about every fucking applicant that gets hired on. They meet them personally because they have to swear them in.
I bet
They meet
it
'em
would be
personally.
harder
They
to
have to
get
look
hired
over their
at a
shit.
fast food place than at this sheriff's office.
Probably.
But again,
Is that not something you should know about?
I'm going to know about it, and when I know about it, we'll address it.
We left voicemails, texts, and emails for Deputy Horton. He did not respond. If he chooses to, he can appeal the state's decision not to reactivate his law enforcement license. Even without it, though, he is still allowed to remain a deputy inside the jail. Sheriff Washington told me Horton has a stellar record since joining the county. I'm Ross.
Okay, whatever the fuck that means, a stellar record. Sure, whatever. And we lost producer. All right, so that's about right. It's 11:12. Motherfucker stayed up the other night. What? You awake? Oh, no, thought he moved. All right. Yeah, if only there was some kind of method to look into his background. Yeah, there's supposed to be if the sheriff still signed off on it, but yeah, there's lower parts underneath that system that process I gotta go through here. Fucking they are the ones that do your background and everything, see what you've done. So you're telling me y'all are just pretty much unqualified to do what you're doing to assign people into this department all the way from the top to where the people underneath you that'll say, okay,
They're just rubber stamping the whole thing.
yeah, that
You
the
get
whole
a badge.
department
You
needs to
get a
be revamped.
badge.
Pretty fucking much. Y'all shit need to be revamped. What are we talking about? They 300 and something deputies short. Yeah, that's the kind of problems you get.
Well, I would love to
like
know
this.
how much those deputies get paid.
Gee. I don't know. Could be the pay, could be the conditions, could be fucking all kinds of crap as to why this motherfucker. What? You awake yet? No? Just adjusted your head? All right. Well, I just saw Rome's message. But yeah, that's fucking. Ugh. And I'm not sure this county is one of these places that got hit by like the defund the police crap.
Oh yeah, all that bullshit.
The hatred for the cop shit. And it's just like, well, if y'all ain't gonna fucking take care of us and look out for us and let us do our fucking jobs, then yeah, I'm quitting. I'm gonna go somewhere else. We saw that happen all over the fucking place. I don't blame any of these people.
When I moved to Phoenix, I saw that the sheriff's office was hiring, and I've always been a big dude with the stomach. So I went down there to apply, and they said that I didn't meet the physical requirements. And I'm like, why? Because I have a stomach? And the guy was like, yes. And I'm like, well, you work here, and you're fatter than I am. So how about this? How about we do a foot race from the front of the building to the street and back, and if I beat you, I get your job. I got escorted out for harassment.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Because they didn't like the facts. They didn't like a common, ordinary citizen challenging them. And that guy had probably 50 pounds on me. And was younger.
My authority.
Yep. You gotta respect my authority.
I see cops at times just make you think. It's like, how the hell did you test?
And I saw a female cop once that was 5 feet tall, maybe 90 pounds.
Sir.
And I'm like, what the fuck are you gonna do? Order donuts and coffee? 5 feet tall and maybe with all of her gear on 100 pounds. It's like, how are you going to wrestle somebody that spun out on drugs down? How are you going to protect your partner? Oh, that's right. You got hired because you're a fucking woman. Got to do that whole equality, equity bullshit.
Well, we don't know that. She could speak 7 languages. We don't know that.
Well, if she could speak seven languages, she should have been working for the 911 dispatch.
I don't know how she got over that fence. Something I'll have to go back and do, I guess. Shit. Fucking hell.
I don't know. I've lived in so many states to where the officers there, when you think of a police officer, you think of somebody that can handle themselves without having to pull a taser or a firearm.
Not necessarily. You ever fought a meth head bigger than you? That the taser didn't work on? I have. Damn near shot that motherfucker if it wasn't for backup.
Yeah.
The hell, we didn't know. That fucker got lucky. The taser worked, but as he was going down, his arm was coming up, and he pulled one of the prongs out and was like, ah, shit. And the fight ensued. Oh, good times. Can't wait to possibly do it all again.
I think tasers need higher voltage.
Yeah, I'm just hoping if I get this fucking gig, hopefully we don't get Democrats back in fucking office because they're going to be right back on their damn defund the police bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
I ain't got time for that shit.
Oh, yeah. Like, we need social workers. We need people that have compassion. Right.
And see, our sheriff's department is pretty fucking badass. When we had the damn riots here in Atlanta, our county, our sheriff sent our county sheriffs to help Atlanta PD and Fulton County sheriffs. And just like strength in numbers, man. Like,
our sheriff office here was badass. And then, the whole DEI and Democrats and everything. Oh, we can't have Sheriff Joe. We can't have Tent City, because criminals have fucking rights. Yeah, criminals got the right to shut their fucking mouth.
Well, they got the right to abide by the law.
Exactly.
So these fucking it's driving me crazy.
It's fucking cruel to house inmates in a fucking tent.
Well, that makes sense.
If they wouldn't have broken the law, they wouldn't be eating green bologna sandwiches, wearing pink drawers, and sleeping in a fucking tent when it's 120. Period. My old boss, the guy that owned the bar that I worked at, got a DUI for drinking, an extreme DUI. And he was bitching about it. And I'm like, listen, I don't want to hear you fucking bitching. You were the one that drank and then tried to drive and wrap your car around a telephone pole.
I can't argue with that. I mean, hell, we've all done it. A lot of us.
I have never had a DUI.
Yeah, I'm so thankful I haven't either. And hell, I tell you what, when I got my CDL, I cut a lot of that shit out. I think I was at my worst in between 2003 and 2005. I was probably at my worst because I was working for Domino's, and I drive around with like a 40 and shit. It's in the back seat, and it made the day go by quicker. But I knew I was wrong. I knew I was playing with fate. I knew it was wrong. But I don't know, I was just young and dumb.
Yep, we all were.
I got that CDL, man. I cut that shit out. It was like, well, now I really got a license I need to protect.
Yeah. Like this little thing cost a lot of fucking time and energy and money to get.
Oh yeah, CDL cost me fucking good God. October, November, December.
Yeah.
Probably about a good 5 months of my life to get, and like to be fully put out on my own. Like I got it the first time. Yeah, I got it in a week, but the process you have to go through to be sent out solo is a whole other thing. I tell you what we're going to do here. We're going to bring up to the stage Rom, and we're going to ditch producer because he's obviously
sleepy time. Sawing logs.
But for the replay, I do want to thank my co-host for coming back and joining us and gracing us with his presence again. And he did remind me of this debate tonight. So big up to my producer and sponsor. And don't forget, sponsored by him unofficially, EverDry Waterproofing. If you're in the Georgia area, you know anybody in the Georgia area, they need any waterproofing done on their homes. Get that moisture out of there and keep that moisture out. Check out EverDry Waterproofing. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have an ad that comes up for them that shows it's like a logo and their phone number and everything. But you can find them on the internet. What's up, Ron?
I'm all right. What about you?
Oh, just enjoying the politics of our nation as they do. Hold on, what'd you say there, Rome? I can totally hear Democrats say criminals don't want to be around bad people either.
Rome's got a point there.
It's like some soft shit. Ooh, speaking of, I got one I wanted to share today.
You got something to share with us today, or what?
What time is it? 11:23. I think I'm only gonna go till 12, possibly. So I don't want to.
Man, this fucking new office chair is so nice.
Let's see here.
My back is like perfect.
Yeah, there ain't nothing like the feeling of a good chair, man. especially a new one.
And a cheap chair. I mean, the
$200 cheap.
Well, the ones that my wife were sending me, you know, because I'm a big dude, I weigh 300 pounds. They were $400, $500, $600. And I'm like, no. So I found this chair, and I was shocked at how well it was made.
I'll go and give you.
Like all the little fine details, like the book that came with it wasn't in 15 different fucking languages. All the bolts were quality. All the bolts had blue Loctite on them. They even came with 2 extra bolts and an extra washer. You know, it's the little stuff when you, because I've never bought anything that's already been built. It's like I gotta build it. You know, the whole Walmart or IKEA shit. And this stuff, I fucking love it.
Oh boy. I can't believe I'm saying this. I don't have enough windows open. All right, let's do this. I want to share this guy. We have explored him before, Mr. Dummy Kruger. Check out the channel. Link is in the chat. And okay, make sure I got that muted. To go back to the video. Is it still playing an ad? Wait a minute. Oh, the background is white, so I can't see the play icons. Oh. There it is. All right.
This fucking camera sucks.
All right, let's bring this back up. Come on. Share screen, share screen, share screen. Caught this little gem today. Now, this guy, absolute no nonsense. Let's skip his intro right quick. Let's just get to the crux of this. Your typical Karen.
Yep, with the Karen haircut.
Now, I just like chicks that had their hair like that. Dated a girl that had her hair cut like that. It was before the whole Karen craze. But now it's just been ruined. Okay, I see you on 2 screens here now. What are you doing over there? All right. Go on. Get this video.
Welcome back to the Dummy Kruger channel, everyone. Today's video brings us to California, where we find a soft sit / cop watcher / auditor / perpetual harasser of police trying to bait the cops for hits on their YouTube.
Now, to begin with, this is in California. California, for as lenient as they are with criminals, their law enforcement, they do not play this soft sit bullshit at all. And I think it's for the sense of how these soft sits, you know, they're infamous for not paying what they should be paying for, whether it be taxes, license, insurance, registration. We could take insurance out of that, but like registration, which that's money goes to the state, your license fees goes to the state, shit like that. They ain't got time for this shit. And California want their money. So
yeah,
you sovereign sit in California. But
I've been watching this man for a while now, and I think he's up to losing 3 different vessels because he doesn't need to register his vehicle or get a license.
He's lost 3.
I'm going to show some lowlights of where we see him just antagonizing police for no reason at all. Followed up by a very satisfying arrest that took place just a couple of
Look at the boundary line there up on the top. That is fucking nuts. It's like
took place just a couple.
God damn.
Damn it, get off the screen.
It's like you got straight lines pretty much everywhere else. And then you got that weird shit all the way up across the top. That's got to be hard as fuck for a police officer to be like,
where's
are you in Lodi? Or are you in whatever? I'll know you across the street. It's like, fuck that. Straight lines, everybody. Straight lines.
How you manage that? I guess you just gotta kind of know.
Is that part of America for me?
It's in California.
California.
Let's get into it.
These two right here don't know nothing about the Constitution. And that's just your guys' obligation.
So, first off, complaining about them not knowing about the Constitution. It's not a cop's job to cite the Constitution for you whenever you question them about it. It's only part of their education to know about the Constitution. But they do not have to stand there and fucking, like, well, as you will see. But just a quick background on this stop. These guys are responding to a call at a house over here on the other side of the street. He has nothing to do with this, but he decided to inject himself.
To the American people, man, to keep your job. That's what you're gonna have to learn that, bro. The First Amendment. Hey, yeah, I'm gonna give you a lesson. So, First Amendment, 5 aspects: freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of religion, freedom to regress my government, and that's what I'm doing right now, right? And freedom of fucking religion, homeboy. That's what it is.
Okay, so anybody know something wrong about this? Notice anything wrong about this list? This is what he says the First Amendment says. And he forgot one. This jackass. Oh, I'll let Kruger. Gotta let Kruger say it because this is ridiculous.
I mean, you're allowed to have your freedom of speech, aren't you? I'm sure you can. Anyway.
Yes. Learn it, bro.
Okay, for those keeping score at home, the First Amendment apparently covers the freedom of speech, the freedom of press, the freedom of religion, the freedom to regress my government, and the freedom of mother effing religion.
Regress.
Now, I'm not sure freedom of religion and freedom of mother effing religion are the same, but we did leave out freedom of assembly.
Freedom of assembly. Does what is the difference between freedom of religion, freedom of motherfucking religion? These are the words out of this idiot cameraman's mouth. I was like, you didn't realize you said that twice and forgot one.
But we did leave out freedom of assembly.
You guys run plates and shit. That's all illegal, man. All running that plate. So whenever you get behind a car and ran
running plates are not illegal. It's not illegal. It's not.
Plate. That's a violation of Fourth Amendment, bro.
Wrong.
Fourth Amendment, dog. Right to be secure in our persons, papers, things, and effects from unwanted or unreasonable search and seizure. If we haven't committed a crime, you have no right to run a plate unless you see them commit a crime. But you do it every day.
So, like I said, this guy is big into the soft sit jargon.
No,
As I was saying earlier, he has lost at least 3 vehicles due to them being impounded for lack of registration. I'm currently working on a compilation of those as we speak. So please check back in for some quality entertainment.
But this is what this guy fucking does, man. It's these fuckers that have no damn life, and this is what they go around doing.
Shit, running people's plates without a crime being committed. That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment, man. Right? People have right to be secure in their persons, papers, things, and effects. Just because they've been tricked into saying that they're commercial by putting a plate on their vehicle. You know what I mean? Just because they've been tricked, you ain't got to trick them. You know what I mean? You ain't got.
So he thinks having a license plate on your vehicle is typical. This dude's like, he's like First Amendment auditor / soft sit. He's trying to play both sides.
He's a First Amendment soft sit.
Pretty much. He thinks that having a license plate on your vehicle means you deem your vehicle as commercial. Like, no. And not only do you have to have a plate on your vehicle in California, you have to have 2. One in front, one in the back.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. And I'm so glad I live in Arizona where they only issue 1. Every fucking time I leave this state, I get pulled over. Because where's your brown license plate? And I'm like, well, if you knew anything about Arizona, you would know that we don't get issued a brown license plate.
No, you don't have to have one. Yeah.
You ain't got to take advantage of them.
Trucks
No.
are listed as commercial in California.
That is. Now you can say this. You can say this, but any vehicle that's privately owned
No, what I'm telling you
does not have to be registered.
From Virginia to California.
Okay. So he's right about half of that. You got your personal vehicle. Yeah, you don't have to register it, but you can't drive it on public streets, jackass. Yeah, you could drive it around your property all day. You can put it on the
But you
fucking
can't drive it
tow
to your
truck.
friend's house or your family's house or anything like that.
Yeah, you can tow it. You can't drive it. Not on a public roadway. Hell, you can take it to the track. Race that motherfucker. Well, you can't drive it on a public roadway. But these people.
Yeah, but it's all lies.
Man, it went so high.
DMV is their own
lies.
entity. You guys know this.
It went so high.
DMV has their own rules.
I sell my truck, man.
So he's trying to educate.
The thing about it is, bro, is we don't have to have plates if it's not a commercial property. If it's not a commercial vehicle, we don't have to run plates.
False.
And if you guys pull us over for no plates, you violated our Fourth Amendment.
Just to
Also
recap the
false.
Fourth Amendment, it says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be
Unreasonable.
violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. They really like leaving out this unreasonable part of the Fourth Amendment.
Because we didn't commit a crime. You didn't see us commit a crime. And that's not a crime. That's a code enforcement. That's code. That's
Yeah,
I'm not code. I'm not commercial.
Okay.
So you can't run code on me.
Okay.
You can't run code on me until I've created a victim. When there's a victim, then I'm all game.
Yeah, there
But
has to
until
be
I've
a
created a
victim.
victim,
They
you have
love
no
that
right
one.
over me.
Yeah, they love that shit. It's like, oh, there has to be a victim for this to be considered a crime. The victim is the state. Believe it or not, buddy. I think a victim can only be a person that they committed physical harm against. So to them, like tax evasion is not a crime. The IRS would have a conversation with you and explain to you how that's wrong. Holy shit.
I mean, I'm your boss. Simple as that.
I'm your boss.
So
No,
whenever
you're
you
not.
run somebody's plate or pull them over for not having a plate, you violated the Fourth Amendment.
No, you didn't.
You violated the Fourth Amendment because they're not saying, "Hey, I'm commercial. Pull me over for my violations of my no tags, no lights, no nothing." They're not commercial. They're personal. They're property.
This guy has no idea what the hell he's talking about. It's
Private. And we've been tricked into this system by not educating our people, our kids. You know what I mean? Our kids don't know this because we didn't know it either.
I hear you.
I love it that it's everyone else's lack of education and not your own.
They don't even know what the First Amendment is, dude. He didn't know what
Hey,
the first.
Mooseman.
He probably knows what the second is because they're trying to take it from us. But what's the fourth?
So this is a whole different situation. Once again, the officers are on scene at another call. He just wanders his way on into the situation that has nothing to do with him and starts harassing the police about the Constitution. It's like, dude, get a fucking life. Just get a fucking life. But they don't know how to do that. He's using bad words. Yeah, fucking these people are crazy. I don't know if it's mental illness or just, lack of education or just I'm going mental illness.
Definitely.
It's the Fourth Amendment. You have an obligation to the American people to know it, to respect it, because your job is to respect, honor, and defend our constitutional rights.
False. Serve the public trust, uphold the innocent, or uphold the law and protect the innocent, motherfucker. God damn. Yeah, they do take an oath to the Constitution. It's not their job to fucking spout it out whenever some jackass like you comes along and goes, oh, what's the Second Amendment? What's the First Amendment? What's the Amendment? What's the... Google it, bitch. Google it.
Not violate them. Well, I'm here minding your business too, because your business is my business. I'm a taxpayer.
That's not how that works at all. At all.
I'm a taxpayer. I'm going to bug you. Can we stop you guys from being tyrants?
Stop them from being tyrants. Look at these two tyrants standing
I
there.
guarantee this guy is a Democrat voter, if he even votes.
Sadly enough, I've seen it like half and half. And I just don't know where this shit comes from. I just don't. But they love that word, tyrants. If they were tyrants, they would have came over there and pushed your ass away. Hey, get out of our scene. You're interfering with our duties. If not, arrest him for interference.
Mm-hmm.
If they were tyrants, they're standing there, letting you express your First Amendment right. Tyrants.
You know what I mean? You guys think you got a job to do, but you got an obligation to the American people before your job. That's what the Constitution is to give you the right.
What the fuck did you just say? Can we bring that back? Because I didn't realize that sounded as stupid the first time I watched this video.
An obligation to the American people before your job. That's what
you have an obligation to the American people before your job. It's kind of the same thing. That's the same thing.
He's kind of repeating himself.
Yeah. Yes, he did. Yes.
And the reason they do that is so when one of these police officers says something that's not quite right, he can clip it out and be like, "Oh, look what this officer said."
Oh yeah, Tink, that debate was boring. Typical shit we'd expect.
Yeah, didn't like that debate, to be honest. It's not that.
Oh yes, Rome, absolutely. They get handcuffed and all these injuries come out of nowhere. After you were warned, hey, back up or you're going to be under arrest. Under arrest means handcuffs. These people like to call handcuffs torture cuffs. So you know, you're warning you, you're going to end up in them. Maybe it be your best interest to not end up in them, but as soon as they come out and they take your arm, and, oh, my shoulder's broken. Oh, my shoulder. Oh, why are you hurting me? That
is to give you the right to constantly question what you're doing, and if it's against your oath. I'm just saying, it's constantly question what you're doing. Don't even know what the Fourth Amendment is. Don't even know what the First Amendment is. 5 aspects, man: freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of religion, freedom to assemble, freedom to regress.
Oh man, you were so close that time.
Right
it is
here.
not the freedom to regress your government. It's the freedom to redress your government. Okay, let's head over to the good.
I say that a lot. I hear that a lot from these First Amendment frauditors. You know, the right to regress. It's redress. Dress. D with a D, not a G.
Yeah, redress, not readdress. Redress.
But a lot of them say it. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Good part where we find a no-nonsense cop putting an end to this guy's shenanigans.
So, I'm going to play this in full because this just shows more of the idiocy of these people, the lack of actually bringing content, you see how far away he is? I think he zoomed in a little bit, but how long it takes him to walk up to the scene that has nothing to do with him and start harassing the cops. This is great content from this frauditor fucking soft sit piece of shit. Okay, so we will let it play in full in a second as soon as all this shit goes away. Skip. Thank you. All right.
Oh God.
He's left his door open. What's that?
Still walking. It's more than likely because he's some kind of fat ass, as a lot of them are. So they gotta take small steps because they'll run out of breath before they
I'm
get
not
where
sure
they're
if anyone
going.
has noticed yet, but he does have to walk everywhere now, or he actually takes the bus sometimes. because he's had all 3 of his vessels dry docked.
See how these cowards act.
See how these cowards act.
Sheriffs.
In other words, I'm going to go harass these cops. Now, does that seem like a good idea?
Hell no, it's not a good idea.
No, not at all.
Let's see.
You can tell me whatever you. I don't got to do a fucking thing.
Oh, really?
Oh,
You lames.
Flip them off.
You scary ass little cowards. What crime did this man commit?
None of your
What
business.
Fourth Amendment did he commit? What crime did this man commit? What crime did this man commit?
Absolutely none of your
What crime did this man commit? What crime do you suspect him of? What crime do you suspect him of? Where's the victim at? Where's the victim at?
Dumbass.
Where's the victim at? Back up, lame. Did I commit a crime? You can't
No, he
direct me
gave you a
nowhere.
lawful command.
Shut
Back
up, coward.
You just know it's a bad sign when you already know all the police officers' names when first approaching them. I truly believe this guy has lost complete control of his life, and this is his one way of revenge. Fortunately for us, he comes across a copper who isn't going to take this man's nonsense, and good for him.
You're a deputy too. You have to have some more audacity than that.
What? Have more audacity than that? I think you said that wrong. I think you meant to say they should have more respect and professionalism. To have more audacity means they would be even wilder with you. Okay.
Have some constitutional blood in you, bud.
Constitutional blood?
I don't know what
feels
that means,
dangerous.
but
Coward. You know what I mean? Don't be a
cowards.
police. You're
Why,
a sheriff.
why are they cowards?
Yeah, call for.
You're calling these 2 men who answered the call of duty, not the game, but they answered the call of duty to put their lives on the line every fucking day to protect citizens' rights, property, everything, Constitution. They put their lives on the line every fucking day. And you call them cowards when you're the one that hides behind a camera trying to scream at them and yell at them? Who's really the coward? When were you a cop, sir? Never? Who's a coward?
Call for backup, coward. Scared of a camera. Scared of a camera.
Told him to call for
Come on,
backup.
coward.
Let's see if he
Tell your
does.
family how scared of a camera you are. Scared of. Tell the family how. Hey,
If you notice I think he's only got 2 stripes, so he's not a sergeant. But
Dale, you can't tell your family.
For my car stop,
Go ahead.
I'm going to put you in
Hey,
handcuffs. and put you in the back
put me in
seat.
handcuffs. I dare you.
Okay.
I dare you.
I'm going to
I
put
dare you.
Okay,
I dare you.
back up.
I dare you.
You can film.
I
from
dare
over
you.
So,
there.
Touch me.
back up.
Touch me.
You can film
Touch
from
me.
over
there.
Touch me. Touch
You
me. I
can
can
film
feel
from
from
over
wherever I
there.
want. Don't.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Touch me. Don't ever.
Enough of
You
this
did
shit.
dare him to hit me, you blowhole. You're going to get no sympathy from me. Again, good for this cop. He has a right to control his scene and be secure during his investigation. This soft sit took it upon himself to interject during the investigation and got exactly what he deserved. Guys, I really appreciate you coming by today. Please remember to subscribe, like, and comment.
But it's just one of my favorite ones. How when you get the no nonsense cop that just doesn't have time to play the word games with these motherfuckers and their word salad and all that crap. I'm like,
Yep.
I've given you lawful order plenty of times. Get away from my traffic stop right now. You are. I hope they gave him interfering. I didn't hear what the charges were. I'm sure Kruger will update us on that, but I'm sure they gave him interfering with their police duties because, when you come up doing shit like this, I got to take my attention away from what I'm dealing with to deal with you, who is a possible fucking threat. Oh, you scared of the camera? No,
I was shocked that the dude started walking like he was going to get in a fucking car. I'm like, oh. And yes, I've been arrested many times. When I was growing up, I was really big into selling stuff that I shouldn't be selling, racing, and not on a sanctioned racetrack.
Oh, jeez.
I know what you're talking about.
I had a judge tell me to hand him the keys to my car, and I literally watched my car get cut into pieces. because my car was faster than every police car in the whole fucking county.
Jeez.
Were you England? Shit.
It was a 76 Pontiac Grand Prix with a supercharged 455 in it. About 900 horsepower.
Do you have a car right now, like to drive? Or...
Oh yeah, I got a 2019 Toyota CHR. But yeah, back in the day, that's why I left the state of Missouri. Judge told me, leave or you're probably going to end up in prison. So I'm like, okay, bye, see ya.
I used to live in Missouri.
Have you ever got arrested before, Sid?
Yeah, I'm black, of course.
I'm glad you said that because I was thinking that.
Just say something, bro. Just say, well, what have you done?
I mean, the first time didn't have to do with being black, but the second time, definitely. Fucking definitely.
Yeah, I wasn't this nice guy for years. And I mean, I was selling and transporting, let's just say, pounds of stuff that's now legal in most every state. Not little, joints or whatever, pounds of it across state lines, which, whew.
I was trafficking at that point, motherfucker.
The most I ever hauled was 22 pounds.
Oh, I gotta share this one from Team Skeptic now. We just watched that one guy just basically talk himself into getting fucking arrested. Surprised it took that damn long. You mean that? Probably because the first two situations, they're controlling a scene.
Well, it was obviously hot because all the car windows were rolled up. The dude that was cuffed didn't have a shirt on. That police officer was a big old boy with a whole lot of gear on. And he was probably all pissed off that he had to get out of his fucking car to do something, get out of the air conditioning. And this dumbass comes walking up. He's probably just like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done.
Damn it, Rome. You are quick on the draw. Thank you. Let me get this job. I'm gonna start paying you. Get a cash app. Let me know. But let's check out this video from now. This guy, I warn you beforehand, he's gonna be a little annoying. He annoyed the fuck out of me, but trust me, it has a satisfying fucking end, dear God. Let's see here. Let me bring it up. And then I gotta watch this guy. Well, basically, the title of this video is let's practice getting arrested. Team Skeptic, everybody, check them out. Click like and subscribe. Why am I seeing that? Okay, there we go. Oh, that's not fair, William. Stop talking shit about my room. Let's see here. Bring it up there. I'm scared to bring this guy up.
All right, I have a simple question. I'm almost 50 fucking years old. I don't have any fucking wrinkles up on my forehead. How the fuck do people got like rows of fucking wrinkles?
Stress.
Genetics, factors, hereditary and shit. There's different factors.
What the fuck?
I had gray hair when I was like 33.
Well, my fucking hair is gone. I mean,
question would be the
shirtless Colin checking in.
All right, let's
there we go. There's Colin.
into the microphone all night. I don't want to hear that shit. But damn it, what time is it? I'm fucking going beyond my means, Heaven. fuck it. Already
almost
announced
midnight.
It's
not like you have a job or anything.
Today,
Oh,
we
shots
will be
fired.
reacting to a sovereign citizen who's practicing stupidity and meets an electrifying conclusion. So let's begin.
You're giving it away. So another one of these great things about the soft sits, it's not even him recording it on this video, it's his passenger. So you think you'd be able to hold the camera right? For your protection and the officer, it's for your safety and mine. You think you'd be able to hold the fucking camera right? No! This is a common fucking trope with the soft sits and these First Amendment fraud are fucking pieces of shit. They don't know how to hold a fucking camera. It's goddamn amazing.
Well, I always like it when they
now I've heard of people
when
practicing
they
for
start
the SAT
the
or
camera,
the MCAT or the bar
and then they
exam.
turn
I've even heard of people
so the
practicing
video's
sports to
fucking
become
sideways
better.
now.
But I've never heard of someone saying that they're practicing becoming a sovereign
And that
citizen,
fucking backdrop
because
is sick.
practicing becoming a softard is essentially the same thing as saying I'm practicing getting tased, having my window smashed, and going to jail.
Yes, thank you for putting your vehicle in park.
Good day. I do not. I stopped. I pulled over to let you around.
I pulled over to let you around. No, he was pulling you over. Let's hear his excuse.
I pulled you over to let you around.
I'm telling you, your plates are expired. Now I got you.
Expired tags. Simple, right?
Stop. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You've been expired since May.
You have me. You're detaining me.
I need to see your driver's license.
Why am I being detained? Am I being detained?
Inspection sticks are dead.
Traffic
Plates
stop.
are dead. You're not being
Tag.
detained. You're on a traffic stop.
Turn your phone on. That's all.
Need to see your driver's license, your registration proof, insurance.
Is that an order?
No, that's a direction from a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ordering me to do something?
From a command.
Okay. So you can get the gist of where this is going. He asked him if that's an order, and he said, no, it's a direction from a police officer. And then he once again says that word. You ordering me to do something? No, he already told you.
Are you threatening me?
It gets worse.
Command of a police officer, you have to present your driver's license. That's state law.
Am I required to?
Yes, you are.
Do you have evidence that I'm required?
Yes, it's called
Yeah.
Chapter 17B of the West Virginia Code, and it covers all aspects of driver licensing, including requiring a license for the privilege to drive a motor vehicle on West Virginia roadways.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to ask you again. Then we'll
Yes,
get
we
back
do.
up, and we're going to arrest you. Show me your driver's license. You have one?
Is that a requirement?
You have a driver's license.
Question answered.
Are you ordering me to do a thing?
That question has already been answered.
606, 601.
And now that's the point
Are
where
you
you
giving me an order?
Yes, I am.
Do you have the authority?
Yes, I do have the
Under what?
authority.
Under what
You're
authority?
in.
You just repeated the same three things again that have been answered. This guy is so fucking irritating.
Under the authority granted to him by the state of West Virginia, jackass.
I need your assistance across from the football field.
Why are you detaining me?
60684. I'll be on a traffic stop. Cross.
Why are you detaining me? He just told you you're not detained. This is just simply a traffic stop, but you're going to keep repeating the same shit over and over
football field.
and
Am I
over
free to
again.
go?
Did
Am I
he
free
tell
to go?
you?
Why are you detaining me?
No, you're not free to go. And he's already told you why he stopped you for having invalid tags on your license plate. And now he's noticed that your inspection is out. Couple that with the fact that you don't have a driver's license, and you just hit the soft sit trifecta for going to jail.
Why?
Because your plates are dead. I need to see your driver's license.
Am I required to have?
I told you.
There's that
you
question
are
again.
required by law.
How do you know that?
It's called Chapter 17B, Article 2-1. and it
Oh,
outlines
this
the
is so
requirements of
infuriating.
a license to operate a motor vehicle on West Virginia roadways. But this officer explains it way better than I do.
Because State Police Academy, 39 years of training, 39 years of being on the job. That's why I know.
They are question and answer.
Let me see your driver's license.
Is that an order?
That's an
Again.
order.
If I present you with a thing,
Present me with your driver's license.
can you use it against me in court?
Depends on if they're expired. Depends on if they're suspended. Depends on if they're.
I don't have to say anything. I know my rights.
Hey, you don't have to say a damn thing. I'll just yank your ass up.
I'm not violating your rights. I'm asking for
You're
your
detaining me
driver's
with no reason. Have I harmed it? Have I caused any other person harm, injury, or
I have no
loss?
problem with you.
Have I committed a
Other than
crime?
the fact you're not giving me your driver's license.
Is there a crime that I've committed?
Jesus Christ.
Have I committed a crime?
If you don't present your driver's
So
license,
no,
that'll
I-
be a crime. That's a forthright violation. You
So
will
I
go to
haven't
jail.
committed a crime.
You will go to jail.
Why do you have me pulled over? I haven't done
Because your
anything
plates
wrong.
are expired.
That's why you pulled me
I've
over.
told you that. Yeah.
For what?
I've told you that.
Am I required?
And at this point, that's where I would have finished off with this jackass and just been like, look, right now, you're obstructing. And that's all he's fucking doing. All right, that's where it's coming from. All he's doing is obstructing right now. And that's when we yank you out the car. You're failing to identify. You're failing to provide the information required that's been ordered of you. Now, we're not going to play this game. But this patience of this cop here, God, it's unbelievable.
You keep saying the same thing over and over.
So
Yes,
do
you
Yeah.
are required.
So do you. That's what I'm going to keep doing.
The difference is it's his job.
And he just admitted to saying he's going to continue doing it. So that's obstruction out of the vehicle.
Okay, so what's that counter up in the corner?
Oh, just how many times this dude's being an idiot. But he does these counters sometimes. They're more relevant, but it's more or less about every time he calls this guy an idiot and points out something idiotic he does. But if you were to do actual idiot counter, like from every time that dude says something stupid, this counter would probably be broken. It'd probably explode on
It'd
screen.
be like ding,
Job.
ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, we wouldn't hear any audio.
To ask you the questions that he's asking you. And you're just doing everything you can to be a petulant little bridge troll with the facial hair of a fluffer.
Keep saying the same thing.
Called out the porn stash. There you go, Room.
Am I allowed to say what I wish? Am I not allowed to?
You're
say
allowed
what I
to talk
wish?
all you want to, but I'm allowed to ask you for your driver's
Are
license.
you also allowed to use it in court against me? Are you allowed to use it?
Do you
in
have a
court?
driver's license?
Will you use it in court?
You must
against
not
me?
have one.
Will you use it in court
Do
against
you have a
me?
driver's license?
You're making assumptions.
Huh?
You're making assumptions.
I don't have to answer any of your questions.
Well, don't.
Then shut the fuck up.
I don't have to follow that
Why
command.
such
either.
a
Why are
hard-
you
why
still?
such a hard
I mean,
line here?
Why do you have me stopped from doing what
I just
wish
told
to
you.
be doing?
I've told you 10
Just told
times.
you.
Have
Your
I-
plates are dead.
Have I
Your
harmed?
plates are expired.
Have I committed a crime?
You've committed a traffic violation.
There's that
But
thing.
now
Nah.
you're bordering on the edge of committing a few
Yeah, now
other
you're about to
crimes,
commit a crime.
like obstruction of justice and interfering with a police officer while conducting an investigation.
Have I committed a crime?
606 headquarters. You run those registration. Did you run that? Are they expired?
Why is he asking if they're expired? I thought he knew.
Well, observing that the plates are invalid and knowing that the plates are invalid
Yeah,
are two
two different
completely different things. For instance, let's say this driver had just updated his tags and they hadn't come in the mail yet. Upon calling the dispatch, the officer would then find out that those tags are indeed valid, even though they appear
Yeah, he's
to be
trying to give you a
invalid.
chance here,
So he's just
motherfucker.
doing his due diligence, and you two jackasses should wait patiently for your ride on the electric roller coaster.
Hi there.
He refuses to present his driver's license, and he thinks I have no reason to stop him.
I don't think that's saying
Your
anything.
driver's license.
You don't have to say it. Your actions
my
speak.
pardon, you have to give him your driver's
What
license.
is going on here? Are you public servants? Public servant?
I'm the chief of police.
Are you a public servant?
You either give him your driver's
Are
license
you a
or you'll
public
come out of the
servant?
car.
All right. Are you a public servant?
First warning.
Oh, he's not just a public servant. He's the goddamn chief of police, you moron. And he's probably the last person that's going to be putting up with your bullshit today.
Because you took the chief of police out of his cushy fucking office to deal with your dumb ass.
I think he was just the closest one nearby out there and got the call. Like, let me just go over here.
Like,
I need
you-
a supervisor.
Like, are you fucking kidding me? Came out of that chief's mouth. I guarantee it.
Stop fucking. I want a supervisor. Shit. It was your chief. I want your supervisor. Who, the mayor? Get the fuck out of here. Someone's bringing the mayor down here.
Like, motherfucker, it is hot outside. I'm fat and I'm old, and now I got to go deal with your soft sit ass. Woo-hoo.
He's asking you a lawful order. You either follow the lawful order or you'll be removed from your vehicle.
So don't ask for just an order again. Trying to think of something to say. Come on, remember the script. Remember the script.
I'm not required to.
You are required
Yes,
by
you
law
are.
to lawful order.
Oh, there
what
you
is
got
your
to
authority?
say order.
I'm the chief of police. Don't pull this crap with me. You will be brought out of the vehicle.
He asked him, what is your authority? I'm the chief of police, motherfucker.
If you do not follow lawful orders.
Very violent.
You're being real violent.
I'm not being violent.
How's he being
You're
violent?
being disrespectful and not following the law.
With all the police brutality that's been glamorized by the media these days, these two officers are in no way doing anything violent towards anyone. Well, not yet, at least.
We don't need to say anything.
Ooh, that actually sounds good.
Yeah.
Don't lock your door.
Is that an order?
You locked the door. The window's down.
Yeah, I think this is the first one I've seen to have his window all the way down. he's fucking slipping.
I don't know. I think this is his first time. So he didn't get the memo about you got to crack your window.
Or he's had to put new windows in and he's like, I'm just going to roll the bitch down. Glass is expensive and a bitch to clean up.
He ain't got no window, Lieutenant Diane. Fucking shit. Oh.
What authority do you have to give me?
This chief is just smiling and laughing at him because he knows where this is about to go. He
Authority. Don't pull this crap.
What kind of authority?
Authority by the state of West Virginia.
Yeah. To do what? Serve the public or to harass me on the side
Nobody's
of the road?
harassing you. You were stopped by my
Nobody's
officer lawfully.
harassing you.
I
Jesus
stopped
Being
to let
Christ.
him
also
around me.
not
Cut it
legal.
out.
What does that mean?
Don't get this crap. What's it mean?
What does that mean?
It means that you are illegally
It means you
operating
need
a
a
motor
lawyer.
vehicle on a public roadway in the state of West Virginia. It means that you are required to identify yourself as the driver of said vehicle. And it also means that if you fail to comply, that you can and will be given hundreds of thousands of volts of inspiration to change your mind.
Tell me what it means. I don't even know. I don't know who
Means you
you
need a
are.
lawyer.
I don't know who you are.
I don't know who
Exactly
you
who
are.
I am, the chief
He's
of
the chief
police
of
of
police.
Shinston. I told you.
Let's see your driver's license.
Is that a requirement
Let's
or
see
an
your
order for
driver's
me?
license.
Am I being detained?
Yes,
right
you
now
are.
you are. Yes.
Have I
And you're
committed a
not ready to be
crime?
arrested.
Have I committed?
Now yes, you're committing a crime. You're denying a lawful order.
What should I say? What should I say? Should I say something different or should I repeat the same thing again? Or should I just give him my fucking license?
The 1970s called They Want Their Hat Back.
The what now?
The 1970s called They Want Their Hat Back.
Instead of just giving him your information.
If I give him my information, is he able to use it against me in court?
He's not going to use it against you in court.
Said
What
that
he's
again.
doing is going to run it and make sure everything's valid. Is your driver's license not valid?
You're not answering my question.
I said, is your driver's license not valid?
If I provide any information,
What's going to be used against you in court is what you are doing right now is called obstruction.
Yep.
and I'm going to arrest you here in about 2 seconds
What
if you do
am
not
I
comply with the lawful order.
Why are you getting so angry? Have I committed a crime?
You are right now. You're obstructing. You're obstructing an
So yes,
investigation.
you have
what this
committed a
traffic
crime.
stop is.
Yes, we've covered that now.
Laugh all you want.
That I got to rewind that because I love that. It's such hilarity. Let's see, 1038. Let me go back just a little bit. When they do this stupid little laugh, and I swear all of them I've seen when they do that stupid little laugh, they're not laughing by the end of the video.
Investigation what this traffic stop is. Laugh all you want.
Famous
Don't
laugh.
think I want to arrest you. The traffic stop is considered an investigation.
Why am I being detained?
You got 2 more seconds.
You're under arrest.
For obstruction. So give the driver's license or you're going to be arrested.
Under what authority? Sir,
We're down here.
Get your hands out of my car.
We're done here.
Get your hands out of my car.
Oh, there is a
This is
window.
very-
Oh, he does have a window. Wow, so he intentionally had it rolled down. I guess he is virgin. This must be his first time. he's had it. Huh. He didn't get the memo. Oh.
Well, that's assault on an
Say
officer
goodbye
times
to it.
3.
Yeah, it was.
Smooth move, dipshit.
Get your hands out of my car. Don't tase me. I didn't do anything.
Yes,
Give
you
a
did.
lawful order. Open the door.
Don't
tase me, bro.
Don't
You are obstructing an investigation. Film all you want. It's on video already.
We have not done anything.
You were stopped on a lawful order. Now open your door.
A lawful order? What are you
Open
talking
your
about?
door now.
Is that an order?
Yes,
Oh
it's
my God.
Open your door.
Colson, we got
Right,
called.
back with the
police.
record.
I hate to inform you and Colson, but the police are already there.
Yeah, I love when these idiots say.
Yeah, the
call
chief
the
of police is there.
The chief is, yeah, exactly. You want more cops here?
How's that for a quick response time?
Obstructing an investigation. Open your door.
Sheriff.
Reach in the bag.
We're not reaching in the
You're
bag.
not reaching anything.
Here we go. Here comes Dean Norse.
Not a wise move by you or Colson
You should
to
be
be
reaching
reaching
anywhere.
into any bag for anything with that taser pointed at your temple.
Open your door.
Get that thing pointed away from my
No, it's a
face.
taser. Get out of the car.
This guy.
This is
out of
unbelievable.
control.
This is
Out of
unbelievable.
control.
This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I don't understand the mentality of these fucking people. Like, you've been doing this whole time, obstructing, resisting, fucking arguing, asking stupid questions over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And needless to say that you calling them violent for just giving you words that you didn't like because they hurt your feelings. And you got the nerve to say, I can't believe this is happening. You can't believe that. Wait, you declared them as violent. So why are you surprised that they're actually getting physical now, jackass?
Is that an order?
Yes, it is.
Under what authority?
Now get out of the car.
What?
Oh yeah, I gotta rewind that back because he asked him again under what authority, and his answer is fucking amazing.
Is that an order?
Yes, it is.
Under what authority?
Mine. Now get out of the car.
What authority are you doing
Get
this
out of
under?
the car.
You can see both all of our
These
hands.
people
and
can see.
everything.
It ain't about seeing your hands,
We're
bitch.
not doing anything wrong.
We're not doing anything wrong.
You're obstructing.
We're not doing. Hey,
Get out of the car now.
sir,
Get out of,
get
the
out of
car.
my car. Get
I
out
don't
of
know
my
who rolled
car.
that
So
window
there's a
down.
haunted story that First Amendment frauditors and softardians tell their little three-hood children around the trash fire.
That's fucking
That's the
creepy as
story
hell.
of Mr. Sparky. Legend has it that if you say Mr. Sparky's name 3 times out loud, that he'll appear out of nowhere and shock the ever-living shit out of a Sovtard. So say it with me. Mr. Sparky. Mr. Sparky. Mr. Sparky.
You fucking piece of shit.
If you notice,
Out of the car. On the car.
you notice the fucking passenger reached over trying to interrupt all of this shit. So congratulations, you're going to jail too.
Bobby.
You piece of shit. You fucking.
Hey!
Do you see this? Do you see this?
Yeah, we
This
see
is.
it.
Hey, I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing a thing.
You get back and you
I'm not
stay
doing
back.
a thing.
You were trying to grab him.
I'm not doing a.
You were trying to grab him.
You see this? Breaking and entering.
Oh man, this
Breaking
is beautiful.
and entering.
These Neanderthals
What did they break?
Neanderthals
will never learn their lessons. And thankfully for us, there's more sovereign citizen stupidity these days than ever.
You're under
Hey,
out of the car now.
Hey, whoa. I'm coming.
Out of the car.
Hey, I'm coming.
Out of the fucking
Behind your
car.
back now. I'm not doing anything.
Drag your ass all the way across the fucking truck. Tug around, bitch. I got time for this shit, man.
Bye. Have a great time. Okay, so I think this is going to be where we end the video today. Just remember, every time a Sovtard gets tased, another angel loses its wings.
Oh,
and all sovereign citizens are a bunch of fucking idiots. All right, guys. Thanks for sticking around until the end of the video. If you found this video interesting or
find it, I don't think I'm gonna play it tonight, but I'll save it for later. Hold on, let me find it right quick. It's real easy to find.
Now you would think these SovCit people would be a lot better at setting up cameras, microphones, instead of just grabbing their almighty cell phones. It's like, you know all this shit, but you don't know how to film a fucking video. Like if I was one of these idiots, I'd make sure I'd have like multiple camera angles in the fucking car, multiple microphones. Oh, motherfuckers eating a banana on fucking video. You a brave man, bro. You a brave man.
Thank you.
I said it wrong.
I've been doing YouTube for 8 years now, and I will not eat a banana. I won't even eat a banana in front of another man.
Alice has done it before. Alice has done it. I don't think you've heard of Alice.
Yeah, Rome, I'll save this video for later because it's like an hour and a half long. But another guy we cover, Van Balen, he has a video called Best of Glass, or a Glass of 2023. It's just nothing but window break compilations. And it's a beautiful fucking video. It's so beautiful. It's absolutely wonderful. I don't want to play it tonight because it might take me 2.5 hours to get through it. But and I need to get up in the morning and do some shit. Let me get him out of here. Oh, shit. Plus, I'm getting an echo off his headphone. Now, I don't know if he has any other ones. I was thinking about putting a compilation together myself and just, well, it'd be a little work behind that. Yeah, there's plenty of them that exist. Fucking hell. Sadly enough, they didn't get to break his glass out. That would have been.
Oh, and that'd be something else I would have. I would have a switch wired up in the floor to roll the fucking window up. But my God, these people are stupid. Almost as stupid as the people on Facebook Marketplace.
What are you numbing?
The banana.
Like he is full fisting that thing.
But I guess since I'm having a little withdrawal. Hold on, let me set it up. This is a short one. I don't know what led to this, but it looks like there was a chase and they finally stopped them. So we'll take a gander at this one just to satisfy the need. From Sugar Creek. This is from Kansas City Star. I'm guessing that's a news source. Probably don't have to share them. They'll be fine. But it seems like it's at the end of a police chase because as he walks up, they got their hands up inside the vehicle.
I'm not open the door. I'm not on. Open it.
Ah, ah.
I'm being kidnapped.
Mitch.
I'm being kidnapped.
I'm being kidnapped.
Look, I'm being kidnapped. Look, this. You're recording.
You're not being kidnapped.
All right, here's one thing to all police departments. You do know that when you're trying to break glass, the little glass breakers that are pointed work so much better than the fucking firearm.
Are you going to eat that?
I've seen this one video. I don't know what this guy had, but they were getting ready to break his glass. He was in an SUV too, if I'm not mistaken, but he had this little thing. It's like this small little thing, probably about that long, and he just
It's
walked
a
out.
spring-loaded center punch.
Yeah, he pulled something back and just let it
Bang.
go. And right at the bottom corner, and that shit
and
just
the glass is done.
I was like, why doesn't every cop have that? It fits right.
Yeah, instead of using your expensive pistol that might be, needed to protect your fucking life, and you just slammed it against the fucking glass like a fucking caveman.
No, he's using his baton. They're not always guaranteed. Let's go back. Don't tell me. Yeah, he's got a baton. Oh. I think a lot of departments, like some used to do that shit. I think a lot of departments have stopped that because of accidental discharges. Like, well, that seems like a good idea.
No, but you can easily break a car like that too, You can easily break a car like that too. See?
They got these little tools, a center punch.
Yeah.
Fucking used to use them all the time in the automotive industry.
A spring-loaded center punch. If it'll put a divot in a piece of hardened steel, a fucking car window is nothing.
Yeah. I've seen them use them. It's just like, okay, you just push down.
Yep.
The fucker goes up and comes right back down.
Because most spring-loaded center punches will put 100 foot-pounds of pressure on like a 1 millimeter area.
Batons work sometimes. I've seen these punches work more effectively. I've watched guys beat at these fucking windows for like a minute or two. It's just like, jeez, what's that fucking window made out of?
I bet a sledgehammer would even work if you smash a window with a sledgehammer.
Oh, I don't know, bro. I've seen videos where people have taken like 10-pound sledges and smacked a car window and just bounced the fuck off.
I shared a video before of they didn't even use their window punches. They called the fire department. And the guys came out there with one of their fucking axes, one of those pick kind of claw axes, whatever, and it was just like, okay, and ghost. I thought that might have been the greatest day of working at firefighter's life. And like, yeah, I get to break some windows. Yeah, out of the car, bitch. Let's see, where did this go? I'm being kidnapped. I'm being kidnapped.
Look, I'm being kidnapped.
You're being arrested.
You're recording this. I'm being kidnapped. I haven't done anything wrong. Get out of the car. I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong.
I haven't did anything wrong. That's why they broke your window and are furiously trying to yank you out of the vehicle, huh? You didn't do anything wrong? Take your word for it.
I got him. Oh, he's beating me. Oh, stop resisting.
Shout out to Sherman Williams. Dear God. And the screaming.
Scream like a little girl.
Now, that move right there, you can't do in Arizona. Because if you were to put a person on the ground, say, 6 hours ago when it was 115 here, you can burn them.
They chose to end up in that position. I don't give a fuck.
Exactly.
Maybe you'll learn something. Maybe you'll learn something, but yeah, I see what you mean there.
Another cost. Yeah.
Stop resisting. I can't breathe. The famous George Floyd.
Moose Man,
war
you
cry.
spelled bitch wrong.
The famous war cry. I can't breathe. Oh, aren't you adorable?
I've
How
seen
are you
some
taking
people.
these breaths?
Well, you can sure fucking scream, so that means that airflow is perfectly fine.
How are you continuing to do all this screaming and crying and saying that you can't breathe if you can't breathe? If you couldn't breathe, you wouldn't be doing all this. Biology.
Mark, you can breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
You think you would conserve your oxygen then?
I got him.
And I love it because,
Hey,
like,
recording this? Hey, don't pull my hair.
yeah, now he stopped
Hey,
crying,
Andy.
starts demanding, "You recording this? Don't pull my hair." Now you fucking getting tough again. And I love it that it's not only the people I see in the black community that do this shit. Hey, independent. It's not. I think it started there. I'm pretty sure it started there, but then other ethnicities started catching on as they were breaking the law. I've heard it from all kinds of fucking races. I can't breathe. I can't
Dumbass
breathe. I
is
can't
not a
breathe.
race.
This is the crap that George Floyd started.
Yep.
This is that shit. All because he wanted to be high on fentanyl and a fucking goddamn felon. But anyway.
Good, stop resisting. I'm not resisting.
No, you were.
I don't resist.
Oh, you still are. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
You
not
still are. I can see that.
I'm not resisting. Stop resisting. I'm not resisting.
Hello.
Oh, walk to the car. I'm not.
Oh, that was a great shot. That should have been a thumbnail for this, but this is like a news channel.
Right there.
That would have been my thumbnail. Hi, America. Meet stupid. Stupid. Meet America.
Oh, walk to the car.
He got some good gray hair.
I'm not resisting. Yes,
Don't
you
look
are.
that
I'm
old
not
either.
telling you. You're. I'm not resisting. You
Yeah,
just
yeah.
kidnapped me. A minute.
Ain't nobody
before he
shut
gets.
up.
Text me.
Out of here now.
Hey, you look, I'm pulling my hair.
Shut up.
Hey, record this.
Shut up.
It's being recorded.
They're
You're
recording.
They're recording it too. Yep, good. Good. Turn around. I'm being
There's at least 5 officers out there recording this, and you saying, "Somebody record this."
kidnapped. Oh, you hit me? You hit me?
Put your legs in.
I can't put my legs in. We've had this happen
You're
before.
not trying.
They had to take my shoes off. Now you gonna kick me? You gonna
So, in a situation like that, let's back this up a little bit. It doesn't look like he has a divider in the back, so I can get my legs in. Ooh, I can't get in.
There is. You can see the bar right there, and
No,
it's
that's
a
on the
fucking
window.
Charger, and Chargers have no leg room in the back anyway.
It looks like it's on the window. I don't think he has a center divider. At least I can't see a reflection of it. But like, if he doesn't have that, don't worry, sir. Another officer will be around to the other side to assist you into the vehicle, aka drag your stupid ass on in here and then slam the door on your top of your fucking head because you're an idiot.
take my shoes off. Now you gonna kick me? You gonna kick me?
Put your legs in.
You see how big my boots is?
It doesn't matter.
No, you're
Put 'em in.
resisting.
Ow!
Slide your
Put
ass
'em in.
back.
We gonna do punch me?
Yeah, put them
Go
in.
ahead.
And yeah,
Put them in.
Sam, record this.
Yeah. Shit. Broken. The first time or the last time I got arrested. Yeah, that was my first time in a Dodge Charger. Yeah, there ain't no fucking leg room.
Yeah,
Damn
there ain't no
Chargers,
fucking
dude.
room in there.
Wait, I was insulted. It's like, I was getting in, like I was being cooperative.
I've never been in the back of a Dodge Charger cop car, but when they came out, I wanted one. And when I buy cars, I make sure that my big ass can fit behind my big ass. So I adjusted the driver's seat to where I can drive. Not to where I'm comfortable, where I'm all laid back, but to where I could physically drive the fucking car. And I couldn't physically sit behind myself. My little Toyota CHR has more backseat room than a fucking Charger.
That's not surprising.
And Ford fucked up by stopping production of the greatest car ever made.
The foreign, how do you say? The foreign company of Toyota provides more comfort for its drivers than America, or more comfort for American drivers than our American counterparts. So to say.
oh yeah. My daughter had a Chevy Cruze, and my CHR had more front leg room than her Chevy Cruze, which was considered a mid-size car. My CHR is in the subcompact category. Like, my fucking car would probably fit in this fucking room. It's, it's tiny, but it also gets 40 miles a gallon.
Can't argue with that.
Who you talking to? There's nobody out here, son.
Yeah, I know. You scared into the house.
Put him in.
Scared into the house. How am I going to put him in? You see how bully my
Put your fucking shoes in. It's not that hard. Just put your feet in.
You're
not under, you're under arrest because you refuse to stop.
I didn't refuse to stop.
Yes, sir, you did.
I did not refuse to stop.
Yeah,
for what? What did you stop me for anyway?
You're revoked. You don't have a driver's license and you're driving without a driver's license.
You know who I am. You don't know who I am.
Yeah, we know you don't have a driver's
license.
license.
I don't even like to travel. I don't have that. There you go. Attaboy. Attaboy. Attaboy.
Now put him in.
Attaboy. Put
him in.
Put my foot in the door.
Lay him on his feet again. Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh, Hawk to a Harris. But I have no idea why police departments are using Dodge Chargers as cop cars.
You're small.
They are fucking tiny. And it's a Dodge. One of the worst vehicles ever fucking made.
Oh, thank you. Well, Dodge had its glory years. I think in I'd say about 92, they stopped making good cars.
Yep.
Some with
See, all of our cops here in the Phoenix Valley all use Chevy Tahoes. Yeah, Rome. I had a 73 Volkswagen Bug. Everybody was like, how do you picture big ass in there? Well, you see, everybody, there's no motor in the front of a Bug. So there's a lot of fucking leg room.
Oh, shit. I have a microphone up. Damn, I remember once my aunt was trying to talk me into getting a Bug. There was like some kind of essay contest.
Oh my God, bro. A black man driving a Bug.
I can't remember what the subject matter was about, but it was like you write this essay about, I guess, your aspirations for the future and what you want to do when you get to college and shit. And the grand prize, the winner, was going to get one of those new Bugs. And I was just like, well, first off, I don't feel like writing an essay like that. Number two, I don't want to drive a Bug.
Now mine wasn't a regular Bug. It was a highly modified Baja Bug. And my fucking neighbors hated it.
The more I think about it, though, I could have fucking did that essay, possibly won it, and then just turn around and sold the fucking car.
Yep.
I didn't think about that shit till like a couple of years later.
My parking spot was right across the parking lot from my neighbor's bedroom window. If you know anything about a Baja Bug, they have what's called a stinger. The exhaust comes up.
Yeah.
And it was aimed right at their fucking bedroom window. And because it was an old Volkswagen Bug, you had to let it warm up for a few minutes. They bitched and bitched, and I was like, listen, you can buy my bug for $2,500 and I'll buy something else. 2 days later, neighbor knocked on my door with $2,500. I was like, thank you very much. Never saw that bug ever again. But I doubled my money on it.
Never had the pleasure of driving one of those.
They are so fucking slow. Like 40 horsepower. Like 0 to 60 sometimes.
Damn, did get the one. Oh yeah.
Well,
that's why
Rome,
I didn't drive it because
I
didn't know it
didn't.
drives
I didn't
stick.
have no engine cover on mine.
That needs a fucking engine cover.
Didn't
That's
have
the
front
Baja.
fenders. Didn't have back fenders.
Like a Baja bug with an engine cover. Nah.
Mine was very basic, but fun as hell in the dirt. Ooh.
Ooh. All right. I think.
Exactly, Rome.
Check out exactly where I'm fucking at.
And mine was loud. Oh my God, it was loud. Because not only did I have a stinger, which meant the exhaust came out and went up, my stinger went from like 1 1/4 inch size pipe to 4 inch at the end. So it was like amplified. I'm always shocked whenever I see an old school bug or anything Volkswagen air cooled on the streets of Phoenix when it's 100 and Satan butt crack hot, and they're just sitting at a stoplight with the car running, and I'm like, how the fuck is your engine just not melting down?
Ample leg room for crackheads, of course. They're crackheads. They're skinny. Hope I got 2 years and no clutch. Such a limit. I had a teacher in middle school that had a bug that didn't have reverse, so
Oh,
she would
Rome,
park
yours was
across
a
2 parking spots, and fucking
yours was
that's
a
when we learned. Hey! Host is talking. God damn it! I'm responding to the chat. But no, what was hers? You know about it. What was it?
It was a what was called an auto stick. The worst thing ever made. It was a bastard child of an automatic and a manual transmission. You still had to shift, but there was no clutch.
What are you shifting at the RPMs?
They are super fucking rare because they're garbage. How to
Might
make
be
a
worth
bug
something
even
today.
slower?
Shit.
How to make a bug even slower? Put an auto stick in it.
Those might be worth something today.
Rare.
Oh, they are, because nobody wants them. If you do find someone that wants it, I mean,
Well, hold on. I'm going this far. Let's go to a 1.
Mine was a 3-speed because fourth gear left a fucking chat. Fourth gear
Ooh.
worked when I had the stock size little tires on it. But when you put 32-inch mud tires on it, fourth gear left the fucking chat. It was done. I mean, you could physically put it in there, but there was nothing there.
Some A&E. I don't think I'm gonna mess with A&E. I don't need no problems with them. But we'll play this one from CBS News since we did all this shit tonight. One more window smash. I haven't seen this one.
You're wearing the same shirt you had on the last time.
Probably. More than likely. I don't know. I have a cycle of shirts I use right now. I got a shit ton of shirts. I wanted to put this one on tonight for the debate because it's got the motorcycle has an American flag on it.
Moose man.
Couldn't touch the stick or it pop out of gear. That happens when you touch my stick sometimes too. At least I've been told. I don't know. My passengers constantly tapping the stick with their knees. Yeah, son. Yeah, fine. Touch my stick. Jesus. Where have we gone?
Focus.
My battery every time I turned it off. Oh, God. The days of driving lemons, man, I tell you what. Let's take a look at this window smash right quick. Courtesy of CBS News.
I'm not the operator of this deal. So if you do that, all right. I'm not the operation of this deal.
So this traffic stop is already in progress and has escalated to some fucking point. I hope I can find this full video to see what's going on. But what I'm gathering here is they're trying to get information about the passenger. And yeah, there are some states where as a passenger you don't have to identify, but there's also those ones where you do. So I'm guessing this guy is thinking he doesn't have to because I'm a passenger.
Whether you say somebody's not going to hurt you, people are getting shot by the police.
Like a beast. Well, let's watch that again. He cocked back and everything. Like, this ain't my first rodeo.
Somebody's not going to hurt you. People are getting shot by the police.
And tased. Stop crying. Shut up. This is somebody in the back seat recording too. All y'all wrong.
That was crazy.
Oh, it's from the law office? What, they trying to file complaints? They trying to claim excessive force? Now I want to see the whole video.
Take it out, man.
I don't want to see it from the passenger.
No,
I told y'all my kids.
Yeah, you told them your kids went in the car, but that's something you jackasses do. You use the kids as a crutch.
Yeah,
the cops ain't gonna do shit. I got my kids there in the car. Oh shit. Speaking of, guess I got time for one more. It's my buddy Brian Gann. I say, Two-Lane Blacktop. Check him out on YouTube, Facebook. Two-Lane Blacktop.
That's
Great
an
band.
awesome movie.
As he would say, yes, I got time for one more. Let me find the video right quick, and then we are gonna shut this down. I am tired. Which button should I be hitting right now? Here it is. Okay. Oh, it was over here all along. Okay. Thank you, Agatha. This guy was the last video I watched today. There he is. This fucking idiot. And who is this from? This is from Radical, the Unhallowed Night. I don't share enough of his videos, but very entertaining, very funny guy. Let me get his link up here.
I should be back on my channel tomorrow.
Oh, good shit.
Hopefully.
All right, that's Radical's channel. Y'all go over there, give him a like and sub. A very cool guy from Radical, the Unhallowed Night.
Wow, what a name.
If I remember correctly, he's in Scotland, I think.
Maybe I'm doing the wrong type of content. I should be doing this content. This guy has almost 80,000 subscribers.
Also, they've been doing this. They've been at this shit, man. Fucking hell. There's like some of the bigger guys that cover it. And I've been slowly discovering their channels. And just like, I fucking love their commentary and what they do with their channels and shit. It's a big community of the guys I share. They all kind of share each other's stuff and just add their different commentaries on it. And it's like, even if you watch the same one again, it's still like different because of what they do with the video. Like between Team Skeptic, Van Balian, this guy Radical, fucking all of them. Very fun guys to watch. So, first problem we got here is there's a black man driving a Mercedes, so he thinks he's entitled. And just heads up, he's got his daughter in the car.
I mean, I got a very nice Mercedes Benz, attractable.
I gotta let you know that first thing in the video. I got a very nice Mercedes Benz, very attractable. Nobody cares about what you're driving. It doesn't matter what you're driving. That's not why they pulled you over. They didn't pull over a black man in a fucking Mercedes. We're gonna get to the reason why they pulled him over.
I'm here exercising my right.
What is so fine and dandy, Mr. Allegedly Morbe, right. But the measure of a man is not the car he drives. It's how he provides for his family. And you just pulled this stunt.
I'm here with my baby right here.
Yep. Show the daughter that you're gonna hide behind.
Imagine hiding behind your kid while doing this. Very despicable.
Very fucking despicable.
Done you?
Well, I'll be giving up my right to travel, giving up my.
I got you.
Yeah, what's your badge number?
I'm Officer Miller. We don't have badge numbers.
So the cop asked him for his ID. He's basically saying, I'd be giving up my Fourth Amendment right if I give you my ID. That's not how that works. That's not how that works, sir. Not at all.
Oh, you don't have officer numbers?
No, we don't have
I
badge
said you
numbers.
swayed around the corner. I was like, he coming to try to stalk me out.
No, but okay, so I get.
Called performing a traffic
think you have
stop.
the right travel. I need to identify you, though. Okay. So, do you want to give me your name?
I mean, we all know the shtick here, but I'm more interested in the accent. That's okay. It almost sounds like there needs to be an A at the end of that wordy bit. And what with being the foremost on accents alongside Squeaky Blinder, team no accent, I do declare this rather spiffy. What's that all about?
Laval
boot.
And then did you just buy this vehicle, or what's up with the no plates?
Well, I got
No plates. That's what you have. You have no plates. You need not say anymore. That's why he pulled you over. And now he's asking you for your damn license, and you're refusing to give it to it. Tell me again.
I got it from Nevada and I drove it back.
Okay.
So it's probably.
I don't know what he said.
Okay.
There.
Can you spell your first name for me, sir?
Lavall, Moore, Moor.
Middle name, Moore, Moor, as in Moorish, as in Moorish National. And then
Bay, B-E-Y, sir.
Bay. All these Moors seem to use the same last name. It's something Bay. So someone trained that's dealt with this shit or knows about it on this traffic stop, as soon as they say that shit, you automatically know, oh, that's a fake name.
Okay, is that hyphenated?
B-E-Y.
Okay. Is it Bay's the last name, Moore's the middle?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. And what's your date of birth, sir?
March 12th, 1990.
I'm surprised he actually gave that.
And I got an AKA Laval Carter, and I'm not giving my ID because of I'm giving up my rights when I do that. I'm
giving up my rights when I give you my license. He also said I have an AKA Lavar something. Like, that's not your name. I asked you for your damn name. I want your government name. I want the name on your birth certificate. I want the legal name that would be on your driver's license, jackass. What is the name you use to pay your taxes with? But he's going to explain.
Paying taxes? Really? You really think these people pay taxes?
Oh, he's about to explain what his name is. He doesn't do it at first.
Okay.
I've got the right to travel. It's not a privilege for me.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a privilege. Yeah, the right to travel. Yeah, you've got the right to travel unimpeded, but you are driving.
Yep.
That's why I exercise my rights.
Okay, do you have registration or anything for the vehicle?
More of this great camera work. Keep that in mind too. More of this wonderful camera work. And look how dirty those damn sun visors are. Dirty the headrest, the head liner is. And this motherfucker bitching about, see a black man in a nice car. They got to target him and pull him over. Nigga, look how dirty your shit is. The fuck out of here.
Vehicle, like old registration or title?
Well, I'll do this.
You'll do what? Even more dirt. Look, there was a fire in this car. I wouldn't be surprised if you got it from an auction.
It's all that Jerry curl juice coming off.
Do this. I'm not trying to hold you up, but I got a lot of stuff going on in the courts and stuff. So
okay.
Well, of course you do.
Surprise. Fucking surprise.
Say hi to the judge for me.
Yeah.
Gee. I wonder why.
Let's mute that. Play. Y'all ready for retirement? Yeah, Empower Retirement. I want a sponsor by now.
On by my way, man.
All right. All right.
So as we sit here and stare at the headrest or the visor,
that fucking visor is disgusting. Holy shit.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Middle of M. Moore.
Yeah.
Last name of Bay.
Yeah.
Bay, B-A-Y.
Yeah, that's my nationality. Yeah.
Okay. 31290?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Give me 1 minute, sir. Just stay here.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Quite
Rome.
honest,
I need to post more on my Instagram.
This sounds like he hit the random name generator on the Soft Shits Are in Town RPG video game. More DLC expansion. Oh dear.
Yeah, okay. Back to filming you. We're looking at nothing. Now, regularly, this would be the point where these assholes are trying to film behind them to show what the cop is doing, but let's look at your mug. That's something else he does. That's something else Radical does that I love. Let's play it up. This Radical and Cal just staring at him like, all right, you gonna do something? We know you're recording this for your YouTubes and social media and all that crap. Say something. Interact. Make a video. Talk about the injusticeness that's going on right now. Talk about these tyrants. Talk about your freedom to travel. Say something. Oh, no? Oh, okay. Well.
Now, don't worry, I'm not an advocate for dead air on video. This was just a little taste of the full experience of dead air syndrome.
Now, here comes
these,
or just learn how to fucking edit.
Yeah, there's that. There's that.
That's an easy edit. It's called a jump cut.
He's probably too busy in courtrooms and shit to have time to edit shit. Hey, that's that guy. What is this movie? I don't know. I don't care.
Videos. He does this a lot in the entire video, but you guys are not going to experience it. It's the magic of video editing. Another thing they have never heard of.
The magic of video editing.
Here they go again, stopping me. I'm over here on Capitol in Oakland.
What does that matter?
Police behind me. I got a very nice Mercedes Benz.
That's the second time you said that. Looking at your visor, it's not very nice. I'm sorry.
I bet it smells real good in there.
I'm here exercising my right. I'm here with my baby right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting her from school right now. And
imagine that, being a dad and putting your kid in this kind of situation. You can potentially get your window busted, your car towed, and then what? Father of the year, everyone. just because he has some childlike power fantasy over the police. Mate, if you want to be a sovereign, you still have to abide by the laws. It would be like me saying, oh, I'm going to go over to America and breaking all the laws because I'm not a citizen. I cannot do anything about it. You stupid dick flute.
I'm just out here exercising my rights to travel.
Oh, he's got some words between him and Team Skeptic. Yeah, the dick flutes and chartards. Well, all this stuff they call these guys. I fucking love it. But you got a very nice Mercedes. What's up with this fucking gas station white T-shirt you're wearing?
Travel. I have we have the rights to travel right now, and I have a police right behind me.
Well, you're driving.
And stopped me. I seen them go down and block it. Came back around. Can you get to mama? Keep trying. Swing.
Telling his daughter to call her mom. Fuck is that gonna do? Glad you asked.
Around the block, came and got me. So, like I said, exercising my right to travel.
With no tags, no license. Thus far.
I gave a name, so.
Yes, and giving a fake name to the police officer, that's not gonna backfire on you at all. I'm sure.
I'm being cooperative.
Oh, yes, very cooperative. That's also the entire reason why this traffic stop is going by so quickly, isn't it? Tough shit. More, whatever you want to cosplay as.
Whatever you want to cosplay as.
Hey, babe, we got pulled over again.
Again.
Wonder why.
Oh, is this over here on Shorewood?
Yeah.
Oh, you want, what's the name? Alright, just let me know what happened.
Okay, hopefully I got your... No, did I leave your key? Okay. Yeah, they stopped me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I gotta be fucking kidding me. The wife is in on it? This kid has no chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great statement. The wife just seems to be...
Yep.
Into the same shit. That or she's just simply buying his shit of what he's saying. Comb your hair, nigga. It's like, Jesus. But I got a very nice Mercedes. I can't afford a brush.
I knew they was good. Yeah, put it on.
It's not working.
I just told her you took it off. Let me see it. Where you got it? Yeah.
The dude sounds fucking high.
I probably would have questioned his sobriety on the stop. But once again, daughter in the vehicle, hide behind them as a shield. No, I ain't fucked up with my kid in the car. Even though plenty of these instances have happened where the fucking driver, the adult, the parent have been fucked up on whatever with their kids in the car. That's how you get a child abuse charge.
Yeah, I pulled in 3942 here.
What the fuck does that got to do with anything? Well, you keep giving away your location. This is all irrelevant.
There was no type of emergency.
It's called a traffic stop. Oh yeah, we speed it up here. Yeah. I got to get to Atlanta United game one of these damn years.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it. I'm waiting to see what's going on now. 3942 here.
How's that fucking ad?
There was no type of emergency.
See, that's how all the stuff got on his fucking visor.
See what's going on.
He's grabbing his hair and then he's grabbing his fucking visor.
I don't know why he's recording. Just what are we looking at here? Is you playing with your nappy ass hair? What am I looking at, dude? My rights.
Hey, sir, how are you doing?
How's it going?
My name is Officer Katrinsky for Police Department.
Yeah.
Just want to grab your name. I know you're the officer, but he's working on a van, so he can get you out of here pretty quick. Okay?
LeVar.
What's your last name, sir?
Bay.
Bay?
Bay, B-E-Y, but that's my free nationality there.
There it is. There it is. Now he says it. You didn't say that to the first officer. That's my free nationality name. What the fuck is that? No, bitch, I need your government name.
Moose.
The fuck?
I told him I had the rights to travel and there's no reason.
No, I got you, but
Yeah, and LeVar Carson.
have you ever received an ID or like a driver license?
I have, but
Okay.
like I said, I ever exercised my rights. I got
He said he has a driver's license.
Nevada. I cleared plenty of tickets
Sure.
that way, and I just don't want no more hardship.
Yeah, keep that statement in mind when you see his final reaction to the tickets he's about to receive.
I've been going through the courts and stuff, so I just told him I exercise my rights to travel.
No, I got you. I have Bay,
Whatever
so
you-
your last name?
LeVar Carson, which it's all on the he got my information on that paper, so that's my name.
Okay.
That paper means fuck all, dude. I need a government issued ID with your picture on it. Fucking shit.
And then it'll be LeVar Moore Bay. If you want to LeVar, L-A-V-A-L-L.
They just gave two officers a fake name.
Yeah. And then I'll be forcing to give up my rights to travel if I give up ID.
What's your date of birth?
No, you
My
don't.
date of birth is 3/12/90.
3/12/90.
90.
Thank you, sir. What's a good phone number for you, sir?
I'll leave that for court purposes if y'all if I got a fight ticket.
Yo.
All
right.
Okay.
I'll see you in court.
Come again with your first name, sir? Sorry, I missed that.
God damn, your camera work, man.
Thank you, sir. I'll be right back with you.
Well, his phone's probably all slippery.
There we go. Fast forwarding him playing with his hair again. I got a nice Mercedes. Couldn't afford a camera mount. Look how dirty that seatbelt is.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. What the great content. Oh, this is funny. I think he's trying to call the wife again or somebody. And it just rings. Nobody want to talk to you. Why ain't he answering? Is it my
Well, he
hair?
seems mighty happy with himself. Why is he patting his head? And you got to keep in mind, this is 500% speed when it does the, jittery bit. He's been patting himself for over 5 times the amount of time you've seen it happen. Oh, dear. Also, I'm guessing he's trying to call the wife. She's probably packing some bags and kicking him out of the house. That's that would be the normal procedure, but she's probably in on it, judging from the first phone call.
Trump or Harris?
Harris. God damn it. Yeah.
All
you read
these
about
idiots
some,
like, I'm gonna vote for Harris because she's a woman and Trump says mean things.
Mm-hmm. I don't want my gay friends to be put into camps. Okay, that's not going to happen. Speeding it up again.
Mr. Carson, why did you give the officer wrong name and they gave me the Bay?
That's my free nationality name. I've been
Okay, now you tell me it's your free nationality name. Just asked you, why'd you give us a fake name, bitch? Gotcha, bitch. This is the point where you were arrested.
I got a nationality card and
But for our
everything.
purposes here, like when we're asking you, like, have you ever ID or something like that, it would be much easier just to give us the.
There's more filthiness of this fucking visor. This is the edge of it. Jesus Christ.
Name you
Yes,
gotta
sir.
issue the ID.
Yeah,
right?
but I've been going through a lot. Chloe, wait.
I don't
I've been
care.
going through a lot. I've been dealing with Nevada courts. I've been going
Okay.
and I've been dealing with them a lot, and that's the way to go. It really is, but like I'm not part of the corporation. I'm not a citizen.
What
I see. So you're a visiting tourist who apparently has a visa to work, and your wife and child are living in the United States of America. It's a really strange situation you've got yourself in there, baby. Now, try and keep up. Here's the kicker. Even if you are not of the country you're in right now, that still doesn't mean you can break the laws. And all of that is assuming you're not a lying piece of shit, because that's exactly what you are. For the record, on the record, let the record show.
Okay, no, that's your right.
All right, everybody,
and I
Google
just,
free nationality and go down that fucking rabbit hole. Holy fuck.
I've just been just going about my life.
Did you have a contact recently with DNR?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I don't want to.
That's why they issued a citation
yeah.
for writing
well, I had an incident in Muskego. That's why I want to go.
Okay.
I had
Okay.
a water incident.
Okay.
So I got a case that's in Muskego. I got a coming up June the 21st.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, in case you didn't hear that, he got pulled over in Muskego County by a game warden. I don't know how you managed to do that if you're not in Utah, but I don't know how you managed to do that.
He was
Fucking
smelling fishy.
shit. But no, I only say that, no offense to Utah. I only say that because there's a story that's going on. Found out about it a month or two ago that game wardens were coming out of their normal territory and hanging out on the interstates and pulling people over on the highways and interstates with no radar. Because the head of all of that shit was talking about we need production activity. So motherfuckers are just pulling people over left and right, writing more like unjust tickets, and it became a big news story about the corruption going on there.
That's in Utah?
Utah.
That's why I don't live in the state of Utah anymore. They make their own fucking laws.
I'm just gonna find it right quick.
Like normal bars only serve 3-2 beer.
Yeah.
If you want a mixed drink, you got to be a member of a club.
Yeah, Utah Department of Wildlife under fire for quota stops. Must show one violation every 23 hours. The stops have tripled since 2021. I was like, holy shit. The director calls it performance activity and all that shit. So, and most stops are for speeding with no fucking radars in their trucks. So that's a big news controversial thing going on over there in Utah. They're just now investigating it. If you get pulled over by a game warden or Department of Wildlife, like, Jesus Christ, what did you do?
I gotcha. Okay, just give us a couple more minutes. All right?
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
No, they don't. I've never seen one win in court. But when the case gets
to a private
room, when the case gets dismissed because the prosecutor doesn't want anything to do with it, they just figure it's more or less because the prosecutor has other things to do. The DAs and all that shit, they just got better cases to deal with, and it's just like, oh, this is a soft sit idiot. They recognize that shit on paper, and they'll just dismiss it because they know these idiots are going to end up right back in there. So technically, they're making them habitual offenders. It's an interesting ploy. It's an interesting way to go about it, make them habitual. But at the same time, I think you need to deal with them right there and then.
I would love to see one of these idiots. One of the I know my rights type idiots dealing with a judge.
Ask and I shall deliver next time. There's plenty of it. Fucking hell. I got some on standby.
building to, that's to know because they be trying to
He's
tow
trying to
you
explain
for it
himself.
and construct a road or anything. So
They look high as shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I pulled into this apartment.
Well, yeah, they'll call it
42 right off
dismissal a win.
Oakland, North
Like,
Oakland.
you didn't win. Like, even with a dismissal, when their car gets towed there on the side of the road, you know, they still got to pay their fines. They still got to pay the court fees. And well, I don't know about the tickets and fines though, but they
Towing
typically
bill,
get dismissed. Yeah,
impound fee.
the tickets will get dismissed, but the towing fines, they still got to pay for that. The time at the vehicle is in the whether it's at a tow yard or whatever, you got to pay to get that shit out. Yeah. There's some great videos on that shit too. They don't want to pay the fees to the tow yard because they're like, no, we beat this. We found not guilty. And they're like, no, it was dismissed. You still owe us money. And even if you had won the case, you still got to pay us money because we holding your car. And they
Your
think
car
that's
was
just a
still
win.
towed.
And you still have to show up to that tow yard with registration, a license, and insurance for them to release it. Some of these yards will let you bring your own tow truck and let them tow it out of there, but they cannot let you drive out of there because then they'll be held liable. So
Seems like so much more.
Win.
Seems like so much more hassle and expense than just registering your car and being a good citizen.
These fucking people, man. But here, I think he's trying to explain that incident. I don't know. He's so damn.
Officer seemed fair. Hopefully, I go on about my business and I could just, daily, because I travel this route all the time, dropping my girl off.
Well, yeah, I think you know better.
Travel this route all the time. Hopefully, they get familiar with the car.
Hey, Ron, no problem.
I could go on by my life. There was no emergency, anything.
It doesn't have to be an emergency. It's a traffic stop.
Are you still going on about the emergency lights? You know what the emergency is? This guy. If we're gonna get real technical.
Play with the hair again.
It's crazy because when you know you got a feeling somebody, you go get pulled over, especially somebody like me.
Pray tell,
Oh,
whatever
God.
do you mean? You wouldn't be one of those card players of the pathetic kind, would you?
That's like somebody like me.
Remember that smile he just did.
Traveling a Mercedes Benz.
Yes, we know you drive a Mercedes. Okay, we got it.
A whistle.
Clean as a whistle. Press X to doubt, please. I just okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's
mean. You wouldn't be one of those card players of the pathetic kind, would you?
Remember that.
Somebody like me. Traveling a Mercedes Benz. Clean as a whistle.
I'm trying to remember where that started. I think it started in the gaming community. I know it worked this way over the Twitch. When people say shit, I think it works its way to YouTube too. You press X to doubt. I think it started in gaming. So, I can't remember exactly. What is the fucking funniest? Clean as a whistle. According to him, his car is clean as a whistle. We saw his car. I'd love to see the exterior.
34 years of age.
34. I'm pressing X to doubt again.
They're doing it, probably writing me some more citations.
Nigga, you look older than me. 34 years. Oh, my hair again. That's nothing. This is
Man,
fast
you gotta
forwarded.
Look up Muskego versus Muskego man fishing against it, and a warden pulled
Fishing.
up on me, and I pretty was stalked and harassed, if anything.
Stalked and harassed. That means you were fishing in Muskegon either without a license, or you're catching the wrong shit, or you got over a limit or something. They stopped and just checked on you, probably because you needed a license where you were fishing. So okay, he didn't get pulled over. And if that ain't the fucking picture of high.
Oh, he is baked. Not half baked.
But if you
full
look
baked.
YouTube, Muskego man got pulled, taser got pulled out on me. That was me.
How do you get a taser pulled on you while fishing? Unless you were doing something ignorant. Holy shit.
Muskego in Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Wisconsin is pretty protective of their, waters up there. There's any places, Wisconsin and Minnesota, they're pretty protective about their water, so they want to make sure that people are licensed and properly in the right to what they're doing in their waterways. So, sure you did something dumb, because you don't sound like you're from either one of those places. I don't know where it sounds like this guy's from. I'd say Illinois, if anything. Northern Illinois.
Policy warden, the gang warden came and popped up on me, and I was really just chilling, and the police just popped up on me, or the wardens or whatever. So.
Oh, were you perhaps fishing in an area where you require a license to fish, like Elon Musk requires a fishing license to launch his rockets?
Yeah, piss ass.
Look it up; it's funny.
No, I'm just I'm recording, babe. Okay.
Kinda. And see, you just call the wife on the phone Bay. Y'all just call each other Bay, or is that BAE, or is that BEY, like you gave the last name to the officer? I don't fucking know. Everybody's a Bay. You get a Bay. You get a Bay. You get a Bay. Everybody get a Bay.
We'll keep a record.
On the record, let the record show. You do realize you're being roasted in your comment section as well. It is rather hilarious. Doesn't happen too often when they don't turn off the comments.
They probably writing me ticket.
Au contraire, mon capitaine. Tickets.
Tickets. He probably writing you a ticket. He ain't probably writing you a ticket. He probably. I was hoping they was calling a tow truck, but no, we'll get to that.
Really makes you wonder who's the adult in the car, huh?
Coco.
Hey, baby.
Yeah.
You hear that, Dad? She wants to go home. There might be hope for this young lady yet. She is completely fed up with her dad's shenanigans.
I'll call back in 10 minutes if you ain't moved. Okay, bye-bye.
And we got a fast.
All right, Mr. Carson, can I have that back? That's yours. You get 3 tickets today.
3.
1 for operating while suspended, 2 for not having plates in your vehicle, and then 3 for not wearing your seatbelt, okay?
So no seatbelt, no registration, no license. But I got my daughter in the car, so you just get tickets. But
Court date June 4th, 2024, 5 p.m. It's the same for all of them right here at municipal court, okay? So there's that. Do you have any questions regarding these?
No.
Okay, so this is what I suggest. Next time you get pulled, don't lie about your name.
I'm not. That's no lie.
Okay, well,
that's
you
my,
lie.
That's my nationality
is
name.
Is this your daughter with you?
Yeah, that's my baby.
Okay. If your daughter wasn't here, I'd be towing your car right now because you don't have a valid license. You don't have this vehicle registered, okay?
if your daughter wasn't here, I'd be towing your shit. Of course. I bet that motherfucker have his daughter in the car every damn chance he get. Just to drive around like this and deal with all his multiple fucking court cases that he so admitted to. Shit.
So let's think about that before we drive around, okay? Because I don't want to do that.
I mean, that'll be
I do.
hardship. Like, we got the rights to travel, and I exercise.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. I would have told this nigga. I would have told his shit in a heartbeat. You and your daughter walking home, all right? I don't give a fuck. Because you get out here in this vehicle that shouldn't be on the road to begin with, and you ain't got no damn license, you get down the road and you look high as shit, no seatbelt on. I don't even know if your daughter got a seatbelt on, but you get down the road and fucking, whatever, hit somebody, all that, accident happens. What's to say your daughter doesn't get gravely injured while you're trying to hide behind her? What's to say you don't kill somebody else's daughter? No, I would have towed his shit right there.
Yep.
That's me. I'm not gonna give you a chance. Nuh-uh. No, and you're habitual.
Because I've been doing this.
Well, I don't have anything else for you. I suggest you don't drive because you don't have a valid license, nor is this car registered. If you got your daughter, you do what you gotta do. Just know your vehicle could get towed.
Now,
warning,
let's see if this adult male specimen can do some adulting. After being told in a very polite manner to stop acting the fool.
That's what they're going to do.
Get out the car for some reason. Whatever, they're driving now. Yeah, I guess you can see a little bit of the car there. I cut that off. I was trying to see something right there. Oh yeah, that gap between the fucking trunk and the back windshield. I drive a very nice Mercedes.
Fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't work, did it? Hey, don't worry about it. It's okay. Just tell the judge you were exercising your right to travel. They're not harassing anybody. They're not driving around harassing people, like he just said. No.
It seems Mercedes-Benz man over here cannot afford the tickets. What's the matter, Momo Bay? Weren't you gonna school them in court? I'm guessing he's gonna come home to a very angry wife, already pissed off his daughter. Imagine coming home from school, your dad is there, and then this happens. It's probably a daily event for her. I can understand her frustration as well. Now remember to tickle the bell on all things around it, and I will see you next time.
Yeah, Mooseman. Yeah, tickets, yeah, boring, whatever. But like he was just going through, he's hiding behind his daughter in the fucking car, but it was all worth it. I remember the first time I watched this video, it was all worth it at the end to see him get out and scream, "Fuck! Damn it! It didn't work! Motherfucker!" Yeah,
I just love how they're always like, I'm a black man. The only time in the past 10 years my wife has gotten pulled over, and just for context, my wife is black, was when she was driving my piece of shit Chevy Corsica that had a busted taillight.
I'm shocked he didn't play the race card to the cop. He was technically playing it to the video, whoever he's recording his phone, who has to watch all that fucking dead air. Driving a nice Mercedes. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Dude's fucking car is covered in Jericho juice. Because he's all rubbing that fucking head.
I don't know what the fuck these people just think they are. The mental illness. I'm still chalking it up to mental illness. But there will be more to come. So I definitely got a fucking list of these sumbitches I want to share. But I've reached my limit. I went over my limit. Dear God. 4:36. Yeah, I gotta get up in the morning. Thank you all for checking in. Thank you, Broken Patriot, for joining into this madness.
All of my stuff is working. Unlike last time where it was all fucked up.
Why did this reopen? Well, thanks for joining us for the debate. I guess they let us play it because the stream is still up, so that's good. Another boring, biased debate. I don't know. This one was probably a little different than Trump and Harris, but either way, pointless. What's the point if you're gonna have it on a left wing network, left wing nut job network? Fucking, what's the point? But anyway, regardless, that's gonna be the one and only vice president debate. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining. I highly recommend you go over to JS Adventures. Rome, I don't know if you're still here or over there. I'll find it and share his. Oh, there he is right there. I'm gonna drop his link in because he's doing the snore stream tonight. Shit, what am I gonna do here? Oh yeah, I'm gonna click on the video. No, I don't actually. Get over here.
Oh man, this fucking camera sucks.
Copy and paste. There we go. Yeah, I'll go check out JS. Hell, I'm pretty sure everybody in this damn chat already knows who JS is. But for those on the replay and don't know about him, go check out his channel. He'll probably be up for, what time is it now? 1:24 my time Eastern. He'll probably be up for the next 10 fucking hours. Ain't no telling unless he's tired. But great guy, great opinions. The not so dreaded conservative, but y'all go check him out. I think he's doing an open panel Discord chat, so y'all can check out the link to his Discord. Join the Discord. Always a lot of fun in there. And if you got something intelligent to say, I want to have some debates with him or whatever, just talk, shoot the breeze and all that shit. You know, you join in the conversations. But thank you everybody for joining tonight. And I also got to thank my sponsor, Morganic Meats. I got to make up a fucking ad for this actually, but oh yeah, that's right. I can't even play my outro because it doesn't have sound in it. But check out my sponsor, Morganic Meats. Or Morris Family Farms, same company. You can find them on Facebook, YouTube. Put in my promo code Shane B, and you get 15% off your next meat box. And this is the kind of meat you want in your mouth. All right. No GMOs, no HMOs, no antibiotics, none of all that shit, none of that crap that you don't know what you're buying at the grocery store. You don't know. With Jonathan Morris and Morris Family Farms and Morganic Meats, you know what you're getting. All right. This man raises that little calf. Oh, he starts, oh, hey, baby. He births the calves and dams. Yeah, he raises them up and gets them all nice and healthy, grass-fed. His pigs drink artesian well water. All right. No shit. And takes them when they're ready to the butcher shop. Chop, 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 chop. Straight to the counter. He does it all. It's one-stop shop, man. But yeah, check him out. I gotta get all this shit set up properly. But damn, Rome, I'm sorry. 115 today, 112 tomorrow. Shit. So
it's 95 outside right now.
So I like Georgia. But our weather ain't that. If it ain't hot, it's raining. Yeah. Anyway, no, we just had a hurricane come through here. I was like, I don't know what to say about Georgia weather anymore. But y'all be good. Have a great night. We will see you next time. I'm not sure when it's going to be. Next time we're going to do a. Well, hell, I don't know yet. Probably another soft sit stream because I just got bunches of these videos and I love talking about them. So it's just fun. But hopefully I'll get some more stuff in there. Actually, what I need to do is for my Halloween month, I'm gonna try to do some live action reviews to some of these Halloween movies. Don't know which ones yet, but I will keep you updated. Wish me luck on Friday if I don't talk to y'all again because I got my interview. We'll see how that goes.
Man. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah,
I wish I could fucking work.
I'll get back there, man. No, I can't hear the audio in this thing when I play it. I'll tell you what, I'm just gonna play it anyway as an outro. I don't give a fuck.
All right. Peace out, everybody. Thanks for having me on, bro.
All right, see you later. All right, everybody, but good night. If y'all need, if y'all gotta stay up more, check out JS over there, JS Urban Adventures. All right, everybody. Wait, what time's the interview? I'll take the shit out of you, motherfucker. Damn, I forget. I think it's at like 9. That's a good question. I forgot all about it. 11. Okay. Well, that's that. I think what I'm gonna do is sit here and find a way to turn this intro right quick into a tab so I can share it properly. I don't know if I tried it like this with window. I'll try it like this. But good night, everybody. And I'm gonna try this shit, see if it works. I'll be playing it on my phone. So if y'all hear any overlap, don't blame me. So I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Night, everybody. Shit. Oh yeah, of course, big shout out. Thank you, Rome. Of course. Rome. Night, everybody. Fuck. I don't play this.